All right, welcome back. Item 4.0, call back to order, Pledge of Allegiance. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be from our very own superintendent.
Thank you. Please stand. Salute. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Perfect. Thank you, Superintendent. Item 4.2, broadcast statement. Student member Shake.
Yeah. This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Monday, May 10th at noon and Wednesday, May 12th at 6 p.m. It is also webcast at metro14live.saccounty.net and can be viewed on Metro Cable 14's YouTube channel. The public has been given the opportunity to address the board either by submitting comments, which are posted on our website, or by speaking during the meeting. Members of the public who wish to speak submitted a speaker form by noon today and were sent a link to participate. When it is your turn to provide comment, we will call on you to provide comment orally. Your video will not be on. Please always limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, item 4.3, a stellar student, Lorcan Montoya, a second grade student from Theodore Judah Elementary School. Member Garcia.
Yes. Hi. So is Lorcan? There he is. Hi, Lorcan. Thank you for joining us. So Lorcan Montoya is a second grader at Theodore Judah. And he's a student who was selected by both his principal, Mr. Holding, and the ACES program manager. Mr. Holding, so this is what they said about you, Lorcan. Mr. Holding and I would like to nominate Lorcan Montoya. The ACES program has had the pleasure of working with Lorcan for the past 2 years, virtually and in person. Since returning to in-person programming, we've noticed a shift in Lorcan's demeanor, focus, and attention. He's more attentive and present during class. He's become quite the team player during physical activity, and his social skills have blossomed. From virtual to in-person school, I definitely believe that Lorcan has come full circle as a student. It's present in how happy and excited he is every day being here on campus. So I just want to congratulate you for being chosen by your principal and your
Would you like to say anything to the board?
Would you like to say something?
I'm reading a murderous maths book.
You want to say thank you?
Say thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, you're so sweet. Keep up the good work. It looks like you're getting some reading in right now.
The Fibonacci's into Fibonacci.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for being such a good student.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Have a good night.
A little
Thank
shy.
you.
Keep up the good
Very
work.
much, everyone. Thanks.
All right. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Good evening, President Pritchett. Yes, there's one announcement coming out of closed session. The board approved a special education settlement agreement identified as OAH case number 20200090508 by a unanimous vote of those members present, 4-0.
A movement.
Motion.
Thank you. The second, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay. Item 7.0. I'd like to allow for all 23 live comments, but to accommodate the 23 live comments, I'd like 1 minute per comment.
Our first public comment is from Conrad Crump.
Conrad, I believe you're on mute. Miss Moretti, maybe we can move on to the next comment and get back to Conrad next.
Yes, our next speaker is Allison French Toubeau.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. I just wanted to say that the progress of special ed assessments remains a concern. I don't believe I see an item updating that status on the board agenda tonight, so that's disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ally.
Our next comment is from Sid Johori.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to take a quick moment during Teacher Appreciation Week to thank all of our teachers for their incredibly hard work all years, and especially this year when they've been such an amazing source of safety and normalcy for our families. At the same time, you know, it's been a very interesting, humbling, and growing year, and it's been very eye-opening. It's been pretty impossible to ignore the amount of important and extra work that they're doing that is being hindered by systems that don't prioritize students. And so as I thank them, I'd also like to confirm my ongoing commitment to making sure that we make those structural changes as a district to better meet all of those needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It looks like Conrad Crump is online again.
Okay, thank you. Conrad, can you hear us now? Oh, looks like you were off mute and now you're back on mute. Ms. Moretti, maybe take the next live comment and keep Conrad in the line, and we want to make sure we hear from him.
Yes, our next comment is from Benita Ayala.
Hi, Benita, can you hear us?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now.
I am yielding my time to Kenya Martinez when it comes up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Evelyn Woodman. Oh, she was there. It looks like maybe she has gone. We could hear from Ingrid Hutchins.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ingrid Hutchins, and I'm a second grade teacher at Golden Empire. As my site's union rep, I took part in this week's bargaining discussions regarding which tests would be chosen to replace SBAC this year. The elementary reps unanimously chose iReady. It's a program that already is used by about 23 elementary schools in our district. It not only provides diagnostic tests, but it also offers intervention level support based upon student need. It adapts to a student's skill level and gives data that goes beyond just stating whether or not a student has mastered a particular skill. It pinpoints a student's needs, whether it be intervention or a challenge, and provides actionable data that's available to teachers in real time. At first, the district's team told us they wouldn't consider iReady because they needed assessments to begin this week. Once we pointed out that iReady assessments could start this week at many of our campuses, the district changed their rationale. On Wednesday, they returned to the bargaining table and said they couldn't agree to anything until the end of the week, which is in complete opposition of what they already told us on Monday. We're supposed to meet again tomorrow, which means at best testing can begin next week. They said they need to make sure iReady is rigorous enough. Other California districts have already vetted iReady, and they're using it in place of SBAC in districts including San Juan Unified, Twin Rivers, Folsom Cordova, Stockton Unified, and Fresno Unified. Instead of creating excuses to slow down the process, the district bargaining team needs to work with teachers to create an assessment plan that addresses the needs of all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchins.
It looks like Evelyn Woodman is back online.
Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, sorry. Thank you for the time. The reason why I'm calling today is about the disappointing news regarding no promotion ceremonies for 6th grade and 8th grade students. And my comments are as such that by the time these promotions occur, the actual state will be open. So COVID should not be an issue as to reason as to not have these promotion ceremonies. Kids and families are absolutely deserving to have this opportunity to celebrate all that these kids and these teachers have gone through this past year. And these can be done safely. Every elementary school has an outdoor playground, social distance, masked. These ceremonies can take place. It just takes a little bit of tweaking of a current standard in order for these events to take place. I implore you to readdress and to have some transparency as to why exactly these events have been canceled, because it really doesn't make sense. The CDC says that outdoor gatherings can take place, so therefore kids should be able to celebrate as well. For me to say to my 6th grade student that a high school achievement is more worthy than their 7 years of elementary school is just, it's not acceptable.
Thank you, Ms. Woodman.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jane Doe.
Hi, this is actually Julie Delagua, and I'm here as a teacher in the district asking for your help. All your teachers have pivoted and reinvented everything we do with the promise that the district could provide what we needed. Still today, students are without Chromebooks. They have not been delivered. Teachers have not received teacher devices. Many have pieced together a workaround, but it's still extremely difficult. SPED teachers are still waiting for the iPads and other materials that they've been promised so that they can actually complete the SPED assessments, which is why they're not getting done to the volume that they should be. And then lastly, we've been having issues with our Wi-Fi. And I know that the IT department is working on our Wi-Fi, but given the fact we're concurrently teaching on Zoom, Wi-Fi, having working internet is essential. I'm frustrated that the district has not put a priority for resources into the IT department and provided the teachers the stuff that we need so that we can actually teach the students and give them what they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delagua.
Our next speaker is Kenya Martinez.
And Kenya will be getting 2 minutes. I mixed combining her time.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm going to read this letter. This letter was written by Benita Ayala and myself, Kenya Martinez. Both Benita and I currently serve on several boards here in Sac City Unified School District. It is important for the board and the community watching at home to know that as community stakeholders who have served in a variety of roles and have had the opportunity to observe our school district in the best and worst of times, that we speak now coming from a place of complete transparency. Please be advised that everything we share in this communication is a culmination based on the information we have obtained and thoroughly reviewed. It has come to our attention that two instructional area superintendents, Dr. Kimberly Mackey and Dr. Olga Aurelia Sims, were asked to resign from their current positions. As the only two IASs who are women of color and have work experience in education, which supersedes our current superintendent, Jorge Aguilar, and Chief Academic Officer, Christine Bader, are being forced out of our school district for calling out the systemic racism, anti-Blackness, and ableism, which has plagued our district for as long as we care to remember. It was presented to the public that the forced resignation of these two women of color is budget related when it is not. This implies that this forced resignation is a retaliation tactic due to their advocacy for Black and Brown students in our district, and who is being led by two women of color. We know that board members can rescind their vote, and we demand that action is taken immediately. Thank you for listening to us tonight. Kenya and Benita Ayala Shaw. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Our next speaker is Kristen Miller.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. Good evening, board members. Thank you for your time. I wanted to give you a little bit of background about myself, but with the reduced time, I'd actually like to focus on some of the ways I might be able to support Sac City Unified moving forward. So I have spent the last 3 years providing professional development and training in transformative social emotional learning to promote equity and social justice, restorative practices, trauma-informed practices, and PBIS, and seen tremendous results with this in terms of an improvement in academic achievement, reduction in disciplinary fractions, as well as school culture and climate. For the last 3 years, as I mentioned, I've worked directly with schools and districts throughout California. The COVID pandemic has provided us with a tremendous opportunity to reimagine how we interact with our students and serve them and their families daily. I would love to have the opportunity to work with Sac City Unified, providing training and follow-up coaching and support to ensure we're doing justice for our students, schools, and community. I've put together a brief package of additional details and would love to follow up with you to discuss this at a further time and manner that works best for you. What would be the most efficient way of doing that?
If you could please email us at our email addresses that are on our website, Ms. Miller, that would be fantastic.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Natalia Edwards.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Superintendent, President, and trustees. My name is Natalia, and I'm an active parent of the district for 18 years. I'm here today on behalf of myself, JFK students, and several other parents who received an email yesterday regarding senior grad night for JFK class of 2021, not having an option for senior grad night, even though the money was raised, maybe totaling $18,000, and we found a viable option that follows CDC and health guidelines. Over the past 4 years, the class of 2021 have raised approximately $18,000, yet will not be spent on them, and they will not have the opportunity to experience a safe and sober grad night. As the money was raised for, once again, experiencing another loss. A plan that another school in the district that has been vetted and approved that follows county health guidelines, rules of CHP, safe and sober grad night, and our county guidelines is being rejected, and the money is not being spent on the seniors, and it's not being held accountable. The fact that there is no accountability for $18,000 at any school, especially a Title I school, is frankly absurd. At a minimum, the CBC should have been provided quarterly reports from all subcommittee chairs. It was for the CPC board to review and approve the subcommittee quarterly financial reports. This begs the question, as a subcommittee of the CPC has produced the required quarterly financial reports.
Ms. Edwards, could you please wrap it up?
Oh, yeah. So we have not received any emails since 2020 stating that we made $10,000 last summer. And the principal and the administration of JFK have worked with us, and now they're just gone silent. And we got an email saying that our kids will not be able to have this opportunity to have a grad night. And this money is still being unaccountable for it. And we haven't got one report in over a year of where this money is at.
Thank you. We received emails and we are looking into that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sonia Lewis.
Wonderful. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fabulous. My name is Sonia Lewis, and I am a board member with the African American Advisory Board. And I am also wanting to take Conrad Crump's time, and there are a couple of other board members whose time, so that we can read through this letter that we drafted to you all, that all board members should have received. And it reads as such.
How many people are you taking time for? I'm sorry.
4.
Okay. And do you have the names of the other people?
Myself, Sonia Lewis, Conrad Crump, Tony Tinker, and I cannot remember the third person, but there should be 4 of us that are registered.
Okay, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. Dear school board members, it has been brought to our attention. It has been brought to the attention of the African American Advisory Board that there has been a decision to dismiss 2 strong allies, Instructional Assistant Superintendents, IAS, Dr. Mackey and Dr. Irello Sims, who advocate for the academic needs and achievement of the district's Black African American students. The purpose of the African American Advisory Board is to advise the Sac City Unified School District Board, the superintendent, and relevant district department designees regarding accountability of services, programs, policies, and resources that directly impact the district's school culture and climate of our classrooms and the academics, social, emotional, and personal outcomes for Black and African American students. It must be noted that the IAS lend themselves as the conduits for our Black and African American students when the mechanisms at school sites fail to meet their needs and are counterproductive to the rights every child and family deserve. These particular individuals often serve Black and Brown students as translators, cultural brokers, mediators, and offer SEL support. If this is an established relationship we are committed to lifting, it is imperative we develop mechanisms that eliminate systemic, institutional, and structural racism and all of its tentacles, like but not limited to anti-Blackness, microaggression, and implicit biases. The impacts associated with the loss of these 2 individuals are reflected in the analysis of the California dashboard and outcomes expressed in the capital of suspension report by Dr. Luke Woods. Sacramento area students who attend schools like but not limited to Woodbine Elementary, H.W. Harkness Elementary, Litata Floyd, and John D. Sloat Elementary will undoubtedly be significantly and negatively impacted by such a decision. And looking at the demographics of each of the schools mentioned above, Black, African American, and Brown Latinx students won't have a mechanism to redress systemic oppression. For example, bullying, suspension, expulsion. Therefore, the African American Advisory Board respectfully request Sac City Unified School District to rescind their decision to reassign or remove ISA Dr. Mackey and Dr. Arayos Sims. While we seek instructional area accountability, it is imperative that we lean into best practices of equity and representation in mirroring and providing wraparound services to promote student success. Instructional Assistant Superintendents, Dr. Mackey and Irelia Sims, are 2 individuals who are not only highly qualified, but bilingual and extremely connected to the communities they serve. This is in direct opposition to the mission and goals of the AAAB and Sac City Unified School District stated core values, quote, of recognizing that our school system is inequitable by design, and we vigilantly work to confront and interrupt inequities that exist to level the playing field and provide opportunities for everyone to learn, grow, and reach their greatness, end quote. The checks and balances provided per the instructional area superintendent's position is essential to the success of students. So specifically, we call attention to our recommendation number 13 and recognize not only are teachers impactful to our students' development and promote engagement with family and community. We firmly believe that this action goes directly against the Sac City Unified School District commitment to hiring more teachers and support staff who are culturally competent. It is therefore our expectation that the superintendent and Sac City Unified School Board address this issue publicly within 72 hours. Therefore,
Miss Sonia, can you please wrap it up?
Yes, therefore, we strongly encourage Sac City Unified School Board to rescind their decision and realign itself with the African American Advisory Board, signed AAAB President and AAAB Vice President. And then finally, just note that we have struggled long enough in this district, and it is high time that this district pays attention to the voices of those that have been pushed away from the table, shut out of the meetings, and not included when it comes to resources. So we expect a response as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Terrence Gladney.
Good evening, Mr. Gladney.
Good evening. And just for your awareness, there's no video on the Zoom. I can see everyone's screen name pop up, but I do not see any video of the of you all. Serving on so many committees in a volunteer capacity, I've encountered frequent response to requests for or questions about specific actions as not being with the scope of a specific body. Frequently at board meetings, questions and concerns are raised by members of the community with no direct response or plan of action for inclusion of those concerns and remediation of those shortcomings within the system of the district work. I ask that as a board and staff, there be a new commitment undertaken in which those questions about specific actions or work be responded to in a timely manner with advisement on what is the proper body within the district system to complete that work. If that space does not exist, then I would ask that a plan of action be provided that details where the work will occur within either an existing or new body. If that work is to recur within the realm of staff, I ask that proper transparency and accountability measures be detailed and implemented to ensure implementation, and also to increase stakeholder awareness of how to better navigate the district structure. I know that,
Mr. Gladney, please wrap it up.
Okay. That's enough. Thank you.
Okay, and then also, Mr. Gladney, please refresh your screen. I think we're watching it on our end and it looks fine.
Okay, well, I'll exit the meeting and hop back in.
Thank you for letting us know.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Ms. Marty.
Yes, our next and final speaker is Ursula Dewitt.
Hi, this is Ursula Dewitt with the African American Advisory Board, and I was the other person that gave a minute to Sonia Lewis.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Ms. Marty, do we have our first speaker on the line now?
He gave his time to Sonia.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. Item 8.0 Communications Employee Organization Reports for SETA, and Article 18.2 allows them 15 minutes to speak on, I believe, on 5 items. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. Next week, May 12th, is California Day of the Teacher. It also happens to be the day we meet with the district to resume our negotiations for a successor contract. Our meeting on May 12th is the district's greatest opportunity to show that it truly appreciates the nearly 3,000 certificated staff who work in Sac City, and that the district is prepared to begin a new chapter in its relationship with certificated staff. As we have noted many times in the last several months, the district's finances are in a much better place than previously reported. This year, the district will end the year with another budget surplus, the 8th time in the last 9 years that Sac City has operated with a budget surplus. Consequently, the district's reserve fund continues to grow and is now at $93 million, the highest in district history. The state of California is reporting record revenue, and any day now, Governor Newsom will announce the May revise, which is expected to include the greatest amount of state spending on K-12 education in California history. In addition, Sac City is receiving an additional $313 million in federal and state funding related to COVID relief, including an entirely new $147 million from the Biden administration's American Recovery Plan, which Sac City has until 2029 to spend. Those tremendous resources give Sac City a once-in-a-generation opportunity to work with us and our classified staff, to invest in systemic improvements our schools, and to create a public school system here in Sacramento that our students so richly deserve. It's our opportunity to invest in creating community schools and making substantial improvements to student services that would make Sac City the destination district for all of California. At our meeting on May 12th, we have also requested that the district's bargaining team be prepared to discuss potential summer school programs and conditions for fully reopening schools in the fall, including the creation of a virtual learning academy. As part of the negotiations, we have already included proposals on restorative practices, implementing multiple MTSS, and expanding the parent-teacher home visit project. Our proposals also include the need to recruit and retain certificated staff who reflect the diversity of our district. Unfortunately, recent actions by the district have made those efforts to recruit and retain staff even more difficult. The repeated misrepresentation of the status of the Sac City budget reinforces the perception that the district is fiscally mismanaged and certifying a budget as, quote, negative when the budget meets the standard of, quote, positive does not paint an accurate picture. The problem with this inaccurate budgeting is not just public perception. Perhaps even more importantly, it means that students are deprived of services because you as a school board are asked to approve budgets that are wildly inaccurate, including laying off certificated and classified staff when there's no need to do so. In the case of certificated staff, laying off teachers in the midst of a national teacher shortage, as you've been asked to do again this spring, means that thousands of students will begin the 2021-22 school year without a credentialed teacher in the classroom. That is a crisis of the district's own making. A prime example is tonight, you'll be asked to approve the layoff of 44 dedicated teachers. These layoffs are completely unnecessary and have significant destructive impact on our district. First of all, included in this layoff are teachers laid off because the superintendent still plans the closure of the wildly popular adult ed parent preschool program, as well as making devastating cuts to Kit Carson, George Washington Carver, health professions, and the Met. You can put a stop to that right away before irreversible damage is done to those programs. Additionally, the fact that the district currently has identified 106 teacher vacancies for next year. District staff has also identified 65 teachers who need to be surplus, which just means they need to be moved around to other schools. This means that right now, except that for maybe a very few credential mismatches, there is room for all of the laid off teachers to have jobs next year. And if you lay those teachers off, you're going to perpetuate the same pattern this district has had in every single year of the current district leadership. As we sent you in evidence of in February, the district continually lays off teachers in the spring, only to find they really need them in the summer. However, then they find those teachers have already left for new jobs, and you can't recruit enough credentialed teachers at the last minute. Case in point, this year, you are laying off 2 Spanish teachers, and next year, based on what has happened every year, you're going to have classes of students trying to learn Spanish from a well-meaning, good-hearted substitute who doesn't speak Spanish again. Same disaster, different year. Later tonight, you could avoid repeating that pattern by rescinding the layoffs. Moreover, the wildly inaccurate budget has led the district to seek unprecedented concessions at the bargaining table, including demands to reduce the average teacher's take-home pay by $750 per month. How much of you could afford a $750 per month cut in your pay? By making such extreme demands based on faulty budgeting, the district is setting the stage for massive labor unrest, not to mention making recruiting new teachers almost impossible. However, there is a better way. In recent months, really beginning with our bargaining on safely reopening schools, negotiated in March, we've been able to reach agreements in a relatively amicable way on a number of complicated issues. We have reached agreements on creating a vaccination clinic, several agreements on athletics, and have amended the reopening MOU several times to accommodate changing circumstances. We also want to note that while we have been frustrated by the lack of communication and transparency from the superintendent, especially in regard to special education, we have been finally able to begin to agree on several updated processes related to backlog special education assessments. I want to recognize Dr. Sadie Hedegaard for her willingness to get directly involved in trying to work through these issues. The agreement we reached earlier this week includes regular meetings between Dr. Hedegaard and her administrative team to help troubleshoot any assessment problems. This may seem like a basic step, but until recently is one the district has aggressively resisted. Also on May 12th, we have notified the district representatives that we will be prepared to have a discussion about the potential to collapse cohorts for the remainder of the school year. We had an initial discussion with the district representatives on April 27th and have been waiting for additional information from the district, which to date still has not been provided. We are hopeful the district will be able to provide this information so that our discussion can be more productive. Earlier this week, we held negotiations with the district to develop an alternative to the state's rigid standardized test, the SBAC. Yesterday, we made a comprehensive proposal to the district that would use iReady for student assessments in grades 3 through 6, and the district's proposed alternative tests in grades 7, 8, and 11, which together would be a viable alternative to the SBAC. It's worth noting that in this area, San Juan, Twin Rivers, Folsom Cordova, and Davis are all already using iReady, as is Fresno and Stockton Unified. 23 of Sac City's 54 elementary schools are already using iReady, and the other schools already equipped with technological infrastructure to activate iReady within 24 hours with a mere flip of the switch. Moreover, the cost for such an activation is less than $10 per student, for a total cost of approximately $120,000. Our proposal was enthusiastically supported and presented by our bargaining team, which includes more than 100 frontline educators throughout the district, and with the full support of their co-workers back at the school sites. We meet with the district tomorrow with the hope this matter can be resolved. In summary, once again, we appear to be at a crossroad. May 12th is California Day of the Teacher. We hope this board will take the initiative to make the date something more than an occasion to pass a perfunctory resolution that, quote, honors and appreciates teachers. May 12th is an opportunity for the district to chart a different path. We strongly encourage you to work with us by venturing down a more constructive, collaborative road. Thank you.
All right, SEIU.
No, there are no other bargaining unit reports.
Okay, thank you. Item 8.2, District Advisory Committees, Community Advisory Committee.
Yes, Kristen Jordan is reporting.
Okay, great, thank you. Good evening, Ms. Jordan.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Aguilar. Tonight, I'm here representing the district's Special Education Community Advisory Committee, or CAC. We would like to thank President Pritchett for amending the agenda to allow district advisory committees to present to the board earlier in the evening. We are deeply appreciative. We would also like to thank both the board and staff for reconsidering the termination of the 4th-hour contract. 4th-hour has been vital for our students, and we are appreciative that they will continue to serve families. There are 3 issues the CAC would like to call to your attention that continue to impact students with disabilities. First, assessments. We were heartened that MOUs were reached around common assessments and special education assessments. Unfortunately, progress at the negotiation table has not led to adequate progress in completing overdue assessments. It is our understanding that additional complaints have been filed with CDE and that CDE has issued a strongly worded letter advising the district that continued noncompliance could lead to CDE withholding funding. Why hasn't the district contracted with outside agencies? We cannot allow labor negotiations to trample the rights of special education students or to jeopardize district funding. We ask 2 things: that the district share the updated plan for completing assessments with the CAC, and that an assessment dashboard showing progress towards completing assessments be posted on the district's website by May 15th. The public has had no insight into plan specifics or progress made. Second, learning loss and ESY. Students with disabilities are the most vulnerable and lowest performing subgroup in the district. During this pandemic, the gap has widened. The families of students with disabilities are a diverse group, diverse needs. Some have returned in person. Others may continue to have concerns about their students' return to school sites. Regardless of where or how instruction is delivered, parents have been clear. Learning loss and regression are real for students with disabilities. Summer programming, including ESY, will be a key step in addressing learning loss. We ask that the board partner with the CAC to contact families of students with disabilities during planning rather than as an afterthought. How can we address the needs of these students without hearing their voices be heard? Third, the stars have aligned. Now, how will the district respond to this moment? The board has been presented with a unique opportunity, and how the district chooses to seize it will shape the path forward for both the district and its students. This year, both the Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP, and the SELPA Local Plan are undergoing their triennial review and update. The LCAP is a tool for local educational agencies to set goals, plan actions, and leverage resources to meet those goals that will improve student outcomes. The district will also be receiving a substantial amount of additional one-time pandemic-related funding. If, as the district has said they believe special education students are general education students first, what steps are being taken to align these key planning documents? How are funds being allocated to support all students, improve outcomes, and reduce disproportionality? We respectfully request that the board provide clear direction to staff to ensure that we do not allow this unique opportunity where planning timelines and one-time funding have aligned to pass us by. Our students and their families cannot afford another missed opportunity. In conclusion, immediate action needs to be taken on conducting overdue assessments, addressing learning loss, soliciting parent feedback on summer programming, and ensuring the LCAP and SELPA local plan align to ensure the needs of all students are considered and supported. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And I believe we do not have a DLAC committee report, but we have LCAP PAC. Ms. French Tubo.
Hello, Board President Pritchett, board members, and superintendent and staff. I will give the report from the LCAP PAC tonight. We met twice during April to continue reviewing draft LCAP material and provide input. Now we have this update to share directly with the board and the public, the focal points of our review and input to staff who are drafting the local control accountability plan. 3 areas were the focus of our discussions this month: foundational literacy, equity-based distribution of resources, and expanded learning opportunities. In looking at the draft LCAP goals, the PAC identified that foundational literacy is inherent to many goals. From my point of view, this particular LCAP PAC discussion stood out in that all members seemed to unite on a focus that the early years in a student's education and the success of reading instruction are absolutely key to everything we want to see going well in our district. Specifically, the need for all students to read proficiently by 3rd grade so that they can use reading to gain knowledge in grades 4 through 12 was identified as a key milestone to graduation rates and college and career readiness. The PAC noted that SUSD's current rates of less than half of students meeting standards in reading are not sufficient. The PAC discussed many examples of the difficulties students encounter when the instruction they are given in reading proficiency is not successful, and how those initial difficulties are magnified when the students do not receive appropriate or sufficient interventions. This is a situation that is common to all subgroups in our district, as well as the majority of the student population, no matter how you analyze it, whether you're looking at English language learners, students with disabilities, students who are homeless or foster youth, low income, and by different racial or ethnic groups as well. In further looking at the draft LCAP goals, the PAC identified that equity-based distribution of resources is key, especially in light of all the one-time funds coming into the district, and that the goals should reflect a redistribution of resources to the students who have the highest needs. For example, when reviewing outcome targets, the PAC emphasized the need to prioritize growth targets for the student groups for whom inequitable outcomes have persisted over time. Basically, yes, we love to see that all students are improving, but we're much more concerned about the student groups that have 70% who are at level versus the groups that have 90% that are at level. A third major area of discussion was summer expanded learning plans. There were an array of suggestions from PAC members, but a common theme PAC members noted is there is significant fatigue for everyone involved, and that summer school needs to incorporate enriching and exciting programs and be promoted as a fun experience to ensure that students and families will want to come. Recommendations included individualized learning plans for all high needs students, prioritizing social emotional learning, and ensuring that credit recovery options are available to all, as well as planning that recognizes the needs for subsequent summers as well as this summer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Student membership, do we have anything from the Student Advisory Council? Not tonight. Okay, thank you. Item 8.3, Superintendent's Report.
Thank you, President Pritchett. Sorry. Is that better? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, President Pritchett. I want to just spend a few moments. We're actually, I think, going to catch up on our time, and I want to be respectful of that. I want to first just start by saying that this has been a week of gratitude. As we will hear in a few minutes, we began the week with National Principals Day. Then we followed that by National Teachers Appreciation Day, Public Services Recognition Week, and tomorrow we will end the week with National School Lunch Heroes Day. So in fact, just a week of gratitude. We, of course, have deep appreciation for all of our employees. They care deeply, educate, and nurture every one of our students. We cannot thank you enough, but I still will say it anyway. We are eternally grateful for all that you do for our students, and you'll hear from our staff in a few minutes as well. As public comments were made, you heard from our partners that this was Teacher Appreciation Week. We recently shared on our social media pages, there was a quote by Bill Gates recognizing that although we can adopt new technologies, these are simply just tools. And it's been our teachers across this entire district who have gotten our students motivated to work together and to learn using some of those tools. As we are trying to implement concurrent learning, which is a new form of teaching for all of us, of course, not something that we've been trained to do before. I tip my hat to every one of our teachers who have bravely and adeptly taken on this difficult task. As I visit a lot of our classrooms, I see so many setups, different setups from our teachers to make this happen. And it's just been really wonderful to see how adept our teachers have been throughout this journey. I want to especially take this opportunity to again recognize, and you'll hear it in a few minutes, our Teachers of the Year, whose dedication makes our students and our district shine. Miss P at West Campus, one of our world languages teachers who supports her students by helping to learn new languages, of course, but also handles the stress and challenges of high school. And she demonstrates every single day mastery in her profession and also serves on State Board of World Languages. Over the last few weeks, we've made a series of exciting announcements, a new baseball field at Burbank High School that I saw Member Rhodes at, a $2.5 million grant for mental health services, a new free app for students to help connect them with services they need. I know that Student Board Member Sheikh has been integral in that effort, and we launched that yesterday. Most of us are wearing this green ribbon in honor of Mental Health Awareness Month, of course. More good news, though. Yesterday, we learned that we received a $300,000 grant to fund the Burbank High School Urban Ag Workforce Project. It's more readily known as BUG. This will provide students with the opportunity to discover and engage in local food systems that encourage healthy living, nurture the environment, and grow sustainable communities. As part of this award, our Academy students will receive workforce development workshops, industry, career speakers, college visits. The program will provide paid internships as well, mentorship opportunities, and supports for our students and our alumni. Even more good news, we also learned this week that we have secured 3 more years of funding from the California Department of Education for homeless children and youth. Our students experiencing homelessness have been hit particularly hard, as you know, by this pandemic, and we're already dealing with a crisis before it began. We have to stay committed to providing them with more support than ever before. Of course, community engagement remains crucial in our efforts to meet the needs of our students. And I want to just remind all of our community, our staff, that tomorrow is the last day to provide feedback on our LCAP plan. We need input and participation from all stakeholders. We've sent reminders to our community, to our staff, in order to transform this district. And I'm excited to see some of those responses. Some of you may also receive phone calls through an effort that the board has initiated to do some telephone surveys as well. And I want to thank Member Garcia, Member Rhodes, Student Board Member Sheikh for leading that initiative. So that will be about 500 families because we do want to make sure that we're getting feedback directly from our families. And I also want to thank our health services team. As we sit here today in what used to be our boardroom, we're not sitting at the dais. Across the room here our team is ready for another vaccination clinic starting tomorrow morning. And it's important that we continue to do that. Some of you may have read that in Sacramento, less than 20% of our community is vaccinated at this point, and we think we have a civic duty to make sure that we increase that rate. So you're going to continue to see Sac City engaged in this effort on most Fridays. We also had a clinic on Saturday as well. As of last week, we've provided over 15,000 doses of the vaccine. And I want to continue to see that rise. We've also continued testing our staff. At this time, we have doubled our testing for staff with over 1,800 tests. I was tested yesterday, and I'm waiting for my results hopefully soon here. But that number has doubled from 934 previously. And finally, I just want to just acknowledge the mental toll that this pandemic has had on our students. We've heard from many of our parents about the situation with our current attendance pattern of 2 days per week. I've said that we hear you. I've received a lot of messages. I know our board members have received messages as well. And I just want to remind everyone that at our last board meeting on April 22nd, of course, our board passed a resolution brought forward by student member Sheikh, committing to bring back our students for in-person learning, at least at the pre-pandemic model before the end of the 2021 school year when and where possible. We will continue to respond to these requests. We've asked our labor partners to meet and confer. We've provided and posted a lot of information about our attendance patterns. Our community can have access to information at each of our school sites for those classes, those schools where classes could be collapsed, even at the 6-foot physical distancing standard that was agreed upon in our MOU. Just to give you a sense, we have 24 schools where each of our grade level cohorts could be collapsed. 255 grade levels would be included, and we intend to do that. And we will be communicating and updating our community over the next coming days. So I say that hope is not on the horizon. It's here now. We're ready for our students to continue to come back in greater numbers. It's what I hear at every one of the school sites that I visit. We must continue to listen to science and view the data which tell us that this is time and that it is possible. Thank you, President Pritchett.
Thank you, Superintendent. And quick question, tomorrow's vaccine clinic, is it walk-in? Do we know?
Let me confirm that.
Okay, thank you.
It is?
It
Yeah,
is
great.
walk-in. Thank you. Okay, 8.4 President's Report. Due to the late hour of our meeting, I'm going to forego my President's Report this evening. 8.5 Student Member Sheikh.
Thank you, President Pritchett. And in that spirit, I'm going to try and keep it brief. The superintendent covered a lot of topics that I was planning on talking about, so thank you, Superintendent. Tuesday was Teacher Appreciation Day. And, you know, within the Student Advisory Council, we have a lot of conversations about teachers. We talk about teacher accountability and sort of teachers that might not be doing their job. But the reason we can talk about them is because those are the vast minority of teachers. And we've all had incredible teachers. I can list every single teacher I've had since kindergarten who have shaped us to the people we've become. And this year has been so tough for students and parents and families. And it's been just as tough for teachers. And so I just want to express on behalf of the students I represent, on behalf of the Student Advisory Council, on behalf of myself, my appreciation for every teacher I've ever had and every teacher who wakes up in the morning and changes lives. Member Morawski spoke last meeting at sort of the impact of 1 minute. And, you know, the teachers who walk around the room and just stop by your desk and check to see how you're doing, who send you an email when your grade point is dropping. I could not have survived the past 2 years or the past 12 years without those incredible teachers. And I'm just very, very sincerely grateful. With that, I also have a very positive note to report back from high school students returning back to school, which is that I don't know if everyone's familiar with the concept of discussion board assignments, but essentially everyone's posting to a discussion board and you can see and interact with each other's posts on a certain item. I have seen students do discussion boards where I've never seen their name on the board prior to. And that's because they've actually started engaging in in-person learning. So they're doing their homework outside and off of campus too. And I just find that incredible. It's not just that they're doing the work while they're on campus, but it's also inspired them to do the work off campus. And so, I implore everyone to read a New York Times article from this week called "I Used to Like School: An 11-Year-Old Struggle with Pandemic Learning." I cried because it's just so painful to see that kids are being lost. And so I do want to just return back to the point of thanking teachers who have done their best to ensure that those kids aren't lost, and thank our staff here at CERNA, particularly the attendance team and our support staff who have done the hard work of showing up to those houses or writing those emails or making those phone calls and ensuring that more kids aren't lost. But we as a district need to do better to make sure that everyone is engaged in school. I want to share some of the frustrations that our public commenters had with regards to promotion ceremonies for 8th and 6th graders. I understand why we're doing what we're doing, but I feel as though with where the science stands now, I just wish we could have done more. And same goes for graduation tickets for smaller schools, particularly where you have CKM and West at the same venue, and both sites are getting 3 tickets per student. And I just, I heard from students today who were talking about, I have a broken home, so I have step parents on either side, and if one step parent is left out, that just creates whole drama in my family. And then you hear from families like mine. In Indian families, the family isn't just your parents and your siblings, and even if it is, it's not encompassed in 3. You have uncles, aunts, cousins. They're all the people who raised you, and it's very, I know that there's some hope that might go up to 4 or 5 with how Sutter Health Park might operate, but fingers crossed for that, and I do hope that some flexibility might be introduced to this process. In addition, we are all wearing these lime green ribbons for Mental Health Awareness Month, May. I think everyone who has heard me speak at any of these meetings going back to August knows how important mental health is to me. And so with resolutions that we've passed that I've introduced, the mental health excused absences one that put mental health and physical health on parity in the eyes of this board. I'm very happy to have been a part of a process to introduce the Grace app. It's a fantastic app. I was just emailing back and forth with a lot of people about it today. But the Grace app is essentially an app putting together a ton of resources for Sac City students, as well as a bot that you can chat with and talk to that'll guide you to what you need. There's also a calming room with breathing exercises, live animal cams. It's just great. And I'm really, really grateful to our app developers who worked very hard on this and integrated student voice at every step of the process. They were having meetings with the SAC Youth Mental Health Coalition, with myself, with the Student Advisory Council, to make sure that this was made in a way that students would appreciate. And I want to thank the tireless work of our student support and health services staff, Jacqueline Rodriguez and Victoria Flores. And I would just like to underscore the superintendent's message on vaccinations. I know we've had clinics at Burbank that were great. And the fact that we're offering Pfizer doses means that students 16 and up can get them. Hopefully in a couple weeks, students 12 and up can get them. But seeing as 20% of our county is fully vaccinated, it's a lot more who have gotten their first dose at least. But I do just want to encourage everyone to tell the 16 and up people in their lives to show up at CERNA Center on a Friday morning. You don't need an appointment after 10, I think. It's a great way for us to return back safely. And with that, I'll end my remarks.
Thank you so much, Student Member Shake. Item 8.6, information sharing by board members. Member Garcia?
Yeah, I'll be brief so that we can make up some time. But I did want to recognize some of our SAC Unified School students who are receiving the State Seal of Biliteracy. The Sacramento County Office of Education hosted a regional virtual graduation, and I just wanted to make sure that we recognized the 11 seniors graduating with the State Seal of Biliteracy. So this is a seal that recognizes the students have studied and attained proficiency in 2 or more languages. And we also have 5 students who are getting the seal of biliteracy in 2 or more languages, and then 1 student who is receiving the state seal for speaking 3 languages. So shout out to Fatima Amin, who's a Sac City Unified School District student, and congratulations to all the recipients for the state seal of biliteracy.
Sorry, were there any other board comments? No?
Yes, we have a public comment though from Terrence Gladney.
Thank you.
Good evening again. First of all, I did want to thank you all for shifting the arrangement of the agenda, because it does empower so many more stakeholders to become a part of this process, which is so important. And I want to remind you of what I proposed to you before, the difference between statute and statutes, right? How do we better honor our stakeholders and the people that are closest to our children? Right now, we have all of these different stakeholder groups that are on the agenda to present at board meetings, and their voices are not often heard. I think that one way we can better engage them in the process is to intentionally include representation directly from those organizations in the LCAP PAC committee and process, right? So it does happen often that just by chance or by design, there are volunteers or advocates that are members of those different organizations that sit on the LCAP PAC, but it's a difference between that and them having direct responsibility to be the liaison between the LCAP PAC and their own organizations. And of course, I'm talking about CAC, DLAC, the African American Advisory Board, Bond Oversight Committee, and even Indian Education, right? So I would ask you guys to possibly consider redesigning your selection process. Right now, you guys each, including the superintendent, are allowed 2 selections. Perhaps you would consider allowing one of those selections to be at large, and then collectively between the rest of you guys have that additional selection B from those represented organizations. Right. So each of you guys serve as liaisons to different organizations, and perhaps you could then be selecting from that population of applicants so that we have intentional representation of specific stakeholder groups and student groups and student demographics. There's just something for you guys to consider. And again, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney. And I believe we had a commenter for that we didn't get to for item 8.2 under the CAC for Taylor Pinata, and I believe we have her online. Is that correct?
Yes, she's online.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you, and thanks for noticing. I was actually here for public comment, but I think I might have got put in a breakout room. In any case, I am a member of the CAC, and I'm here to follow up on your conversation you had on April 22nd about special education. The assessment backlog that you discussed is a symptom of a much larger problem. To put it simply, the district's special education department has a broken culture and needs attention beyond addressing the backlog. My family's experience and similar experiences I've heard from others in my involvement in the CAC illustrates this. We've experienced constant delays, discounting of parent feedback, unempowered staff, the need for escalation to get services, and a continuation of problems that continues to this day. At my son's IEP, it was delayed to the maximum extent allowed by law at every state of the way. And in some cases, actually, the deadlines were not met. His assessment team did not adequately diagnose him and didn't listen to parent feedback. When my wife mentioned that there was something else they were missing, they told us, don't worry about it. Definitely don't Google it because you're going to be wrong. My son's speech therapist told us in so many words that he wasn't getting correct services. We asked her to speak out on our behalf and to elevate it to the IEP team, and she wouldn't do so. It seemed like she was pressured not to take any action that would add services. To get our son the services he needed, we had to file a complaint with the state, secure an outside assessment, and pay for an advocate to attend the IEP meeting with us. Finally, the problems that we've experienced continue despite the fact that we now have some semblance of services, as noted last time with the special education assessment backlog, which is affecting my son with his triennial. I would ask that you please address the underlying causes of the assessment backlog and not just the backlog itself, and fix your special education department. Thank you, and thanks again for coming back to me.
Thank you. And sorry about that mix up. I'm glad we were able to get to you. All right. Item 9.1, approve resolution, School Principals Day, May 1st, 2021, School Nutrition Employees Week, May 3rd through the 7th, California Day of the Teacher, May 12th, and National School Nurse Day, May 12th. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening, Board President Pritchett, Superintendent Aguilar, board members. My name is Christina Villegas. I'm Human Resources Director, and tonight we're presenting 4 resolutions to you. Just waiting for the PowerPoint to come up. Okay. Recognition of Schools Principal Day, recognition of Nutrition Employee Week, recognition of California Day of the Teacher, and recognition of National School Nurse Day. So the first one is recognition of the Schools Principal Day, resolution number 3199. We have a message here from our UPE President, Judy Montgomery, which I want to read to you. This is from UP President Judy Montgomery. I would like to recognize that this has been a particularly difficult year for all school districts employees, but that principals have been at the site during the pandemic, assisting with the day-to-day operations, as well as providing support to teachers, parents, and students. Principals are truly the front-line workers at schools, and during the pandemic, they have gone above and beyond in keeping our school communities intact, thriving, and positive. The next resolution is 3200, recognition of School Nutrition Employee Week, which is May 3rd through May 7th. School nutrition staff often serve generations of children and are among the few people on the school campus that touch nearly every child every school day and year after year. We acknowledge our nutrition staff for their work, commitment to serve, and validate their contribution in the lives of school children. We have a quote from our SEIU President, Carla Fawcett. To all members in nutrition services and each classified member who worked in food service this year, thank you. Our hearts are filled with gratitude and respect for every single one of you. Next, we have California Day of the Teacher, Resolution 3201. In this slide, in honor of the California Day of the Teacher and National School Nurses Day, LA-based social justice artist Audrey Chan created this poster for the California Teachers Association. For Audrey, this year's theme suggested the image of a field of California poppies to represent the nurturing role of educators and classified staff in students' lives, growing their capacity for knowledge and empathy. Next, we have the Day of the School Nurse. We have a quote from Victoria Flores, who's our Director of Health Services, in regards to school nurses. They are an amazing, hardworking team dedicated to the public health and well-being of our community. So let us give a round of applause for the district employees being recognized tonight. Congratulations to all and for your service to the district. And now I'll pass it on to my colleague, Tiffany.
Good evening, Board President Pritchett, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. I am Tiffany Smith-Simmons, Human Resource Director. We power the slide. It gives me great pleasure to announce our 2021-2022 Teachers of the Year. Before I announce them, I would like to share a bit about the process. We received 24 nominations from all of our school segments. As in past, the nominees that were invited to submit applications. The committee reviewed the applications and selected candidates to move into the next phase, which included interviews. The next step in the process included an interview with the candidate's principal. The committee had to make a very tough decision on who would move forward to the next phase and represent us in the Sacramento County Office of Education Teacher of the Year program. That said, I must say that all of our teachers are wonderful and have contributed greatly to our school community. Each of the teachers had a mug delivered to them this week, acknowledging this exceptional recognition and their nomination for Teacher of the Year. The committee worked diligently this year and had the very difficult task of selecting just 2. But we wanted each of you to know we appreciate your work and dedication. And we invite you to participate in the program again next year. The slide represents all 24 nominees and a photo of the mug that was delivered to them this week for Teacher Appreciation. I'm pleased to announce this year's Teacher of the Year. We have Tracy Posnick from West Campus, a world language teacher at West Campus, and Johanna Kirkman, a kindergarten teacher at Crocker Riverside. Both Johanna and Tracy are with us this evening, and I invite them to share a few words if they are able. You guys see them?
I just want to thank everyone. This is my passion and my job that I cannot imagine doing anything else. So thank you for the opportunity to do that.
Thank you, Tracy.
Nope, I think that was Johanna.
Oh, that was Johanna.
That was me, Johanna.
It's okay.
I'll echo what Johanna said. I feel very humbled. I feel very honored to do this job, and I feel very privileged to have gotten to know all of the wonderful young adults that I've gotten to work with over the past 15 years. This is just what I was meant to do. And I feel lucky to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to you both and to the nominees this year.
It feels so very weird to not have you here with us in the boardroom to be able to spend this special time. Thank you for everything that you do for our district and your commitment to SCUSD.
President Pritchett, if I can just mention, I did mention Ms. P in my superintendent report, but I did want to leave. I did visit Ms. Kirkman's classroom today at Crocker Riverside, who's a kindergarten teacher, and saw just firsthand how much excitement and the humility that she demonstrated, and mentioned that the reason why she is so effective in her craft is because of her students. And so I just wanted to say thank you for your service, Mrs. Kirkman, and thank you for letting me stop by for a few minutes this morning.
Also, this evening, we would like to recognize the classified champions, and I'm going to ask my colleague to help with that.
Good evening. Our classified champion, tonight we will be honoring 5 of our classified employees as our 2021 Classified Champion Award recipients. Our classified champion winners have gone above and beyond their duties and are deserving of this recognition for their dedication to the district, as well as their commitment in helping promote the continuous educational services to our students. These employees were nominated by their peers, parents, students, and administrators based on their beyond the call of duty service and commitment to our students. We are very excited to present this award to them. First, classified champion winner is Daniel Doyle. He's currently an attendance technician 2 at Rosemont High School. He has been with the district for over 2 years, and Mr. Doyle provided the following comment to share with the board tonight. I quote, "I am very happy to be nominated as classified champion. These are a few people whom I would like to thank for all their help in making me a better employee. I would like to thank Marty Ortega at Kit Carson for showing me how things in attendance are done. I would like to thank my wife, Toby Doyle, for all her support to me and her hard work as a kindergarten teacher for the district. I would like to thank Anthony Jones for making my job fun. Mostly, I would like to thank Mrs. Vigil, the administration, and the wonderful staff at Rosemont High. I dedicate this award to all of you as I am proud to come in and support you every day. I can't thank you all enough for all that you have been through in the past years. It is truly an honor to be considered for this award." End quote. Our next winner, or winners, I should say, is Caroline Lewis. She's currently a clerk too, has been with the district for over 18 years at CK McClatchy High School, with most of those years at McClatchy. Our next winner is Monica Martinez. She's currently a career information technician, has been with the district for over 5 years, with all of those years at CK McClatchy High School. Our fourth winner is Oscar Renteria Neri. He's currently a custodian, has been with the district for over 2 years at CK McClatchy High School. And number 5, and finally, our 5th classified champion recipient, is Larry Houghton, who's a library and media tech assistant, has been with the district for over 21 years, also at CK McClatchy High School. Let's give our 2021 Classified Champion Award winners a round of applause as well. Congratulations. And now we would like to present a video. Right?
Thanks for helping me do math and reading. And it is getting pretty close to graduation, actually. And it's, I love that you're a really good teacher, and you're the greatest teacher I ever had.
Hello everyone, my name is Vashon, and I'd like to say some stuff about my teacher. She is a very good teacher. She just teaches us stuff that we need to know, and she's an amazing one. She teaches stuff that can really help us with our life and future. So, she's just a great teacher, and I hope to I wish we could be there 5 days a week with you, Miss Kirkman, and a full week. So, bye.
Hi, Miss Kirkman. Thanks for teaching me math. You're the best teacher ever in the world. I love you. Hi, Miss Kirkman. You're the best teacher in the world. You teach me math and reading. You're the best teacher. Bye.
Hi, Miss Kirkman. I love you because you're patient and kind and taught me how to read super well. Hi.
Hello, Miss Kirkman. You're the best teacher ever. You taught me so much things. You deserve to be the teacher of the year. Bye.
Yeah, you deserve Teacher of the Year. Thank you so much for being an amazing teacher and role model and somebody that I can always talk to. I'm so glad I got to be your student. I love you.
Hola, Senor P. Congratulations on winning Teacher of the Year. You truly do deserve it. You're such a passionate teacher who cares deeply for students. And I really appreciate that. And I know that other students do too. So thank you for all that you've done for us. And congratulations again.
Hello, I'm going to take off this mask because school is done. I just wanted to say how absolutely proud and impressed and unsurprised I am, Tracy, that you're being recognized for all that you do for your students and for your fellow teachers, your colleagues. I know for myself, I'm especially grateful to you. You were my mentor teacher. You were my coach for induction. When I came to Sac City Unified, second year of my induction, wasn't sure what to expect. And I am constantly in awe of who you are as a human being and how that is reflected in your teaching. And I think one thing that really is so striking is that you encompass this level of humility and vulnerability that you don't see in a lot of people. And that's what makes you so authentic and what makes it so easy for your students and for your colleagues to connect with you. You don't have any ego wrapped up in your teaching, and that makes you a lifelong learner. And we see that from you, and it's so inspiring because what I see is someone who can recognize where there's still areas of growth and actively seeks out opportunities for that growth. And you inspire me to be better because you are honestly top dog, top tier, the coolest, the funniest, really just all around an amazing human being. You are empathetic, you are hilarious, you are generous, you are thoughtful. I could just keep spilling out amazing complimentary adjectives, and I will later over text. But congratulations, and we're all really proud of you. Good job, Trace.
Congratulations, Tracy, on Teacher of the Year. I'm so happy for you. You deserve this more than anybody I can think of. In the 15 years I've worked with you, I've been constantly impressed by all the work you put into your research, looking at best practices and then implementing those best practices. You're constantly striving to be better and make your classroom and your teaching better. You're a fierce advocate for our students and their well-being. Your professionalism, your compassion, your enthusiasm, they're all beyond compare. I'm so happy for you. You're so deserving of this, my friend. Congratulations.
Hey, Miss B, it's Toshi. Congratulations on winning Teacher of the Year. I am super proud of you, and you completely deserve this award. You are an amazing teacher, but not only that, you always take time out of your day to help your students, whether it's letting us sit in on your lunch break or uplifting student voices. You always go above and beyond, and we are completely grateful for it. I love you so much, and congratulations again.
Hi, my name is Brian, and when I heard that Tracy was recognized as Teacher of the Year, I thought, Tracy Podsednik? Really? No, that's not what I said at all. I said, of course she is Teacher of the Year. Tracy is one fantastic heck of a teacher. She gives 110%. And I know that might be hyperbole, but really, I don't know where the woman finds time to do all the things she does and affect all the lives that she does. She is caring, considerate. She's an expert at pedagogy. She's great in social science, great in foreign language. I just don't know how she does it all. So the fact that she's being recognized by the school district to be the Teacher of the Year doesn't surprise me, but I am just thrilled for her, and I wish her the best, and I look forward to teaching with her in the future. So great job, Tracy. Congratulations.
Hey, Tracy, you are just so deserving, and you're so loving and compassionate to your students, and you're just an amazing teacher. You deserve all the good things, and so excited to celebrate with you. Congratulations!
Hey, Miss P, congratulations on your award. It's been great having you as a teacher for the last 2 years and as a cross-country coach, and you've really helped me a lot, so thanks.
Congrats, Ms. P. Mil gracias for always prioritizing your students' well-being and for always cheering us on. Now it's our turn to cheer for you. West Campus is so incredibly lucky to have you. Te apreciamos.
Hi, Ms. P. When I heard that you were getting this award, I was so happy, and I thought it just makes so much sense because honestly, I really do not think I could have gotten through my last 3 years of high school, and especially this year, without you. I'm so lucky, and every student who has had you is so lucky to have you as a teacher. And I just want to say thank you for being there for me and for being someone that I always knew I could count on. And I want to say congratulations, and I miss you, and one more time, thank you.
Congratulations, Miss P. I know all of us at West are so happy to call you Teacher of the Year because we know how hard of a worker you are and such a kind person. I'm glad to call you one of my teachers.
Hi, Miss P. Huge congratulations to you. You totally deserve this. I am so happy for you. And I just wanted to say that you are one of the best teachers ever. You totally deserve this. You put so much care and thought into everything you do, your work, your students, and no matter what you have going on, you always put the time in, show up with a smile, and you just have such an amazing personality. I don't have enough time to say everything, but I love you so much, and congrats.
Congratulations, Miss P. I'm so happy for you and know that you absolutely deserve this award. And I'm so lucky to be able to have you for 2 whole years. And I learned so much from you, and I'm still doing that today. And I thank you for everything that you've done. Love you.
Hi, Miss P. Congratulations on being SCUSD's Teacher of the Year. You really deserve it, and I think everybody should get to experience a teacher like you. I really appreciate everything that you've done for me, not only academically, but personally in the last 2 years. We all love you and appreciate everything that you do.
Hello, this is Adnan. Congratulations, Señora P. You are the best teacher anyone can ask for. Me encantan sus dedicaciones y acciones para la escuela. Congratulations again for this nomination.
Tracy Posednik, congratulations. This honor is so well deserved. You are an amazing teacher on so many levels. It's been such an honor to be your colleague for many years. I'm always inspired by your focus on the whole person, by your focus on continuing to develop best practices and advocating for them, how you advocate for our students. And you're always an inspiration and encouragement and a support to not only the students, but a colleague. Being on SDL with you, I learned so much, and I loved it. But I'm even luckier because I'm also a parent of a student who had you, and the dedication and devotion and sincerity that you showed to her helped her tremendously, and I really appreciate that. So I got to see firsthand how much of an impact you have on our students. Thank you for all that you did for her, and again, congratulations.
Go, Miss P! Yes, congratulations, girl! We're proud of you! Where's campus? Where's campus? Where's campus? Hey! Teacher of the Year! Yes!
Hi, I want to send a congratulations to Sean Peters, one of our amazing teachers here at Harkness Elementary School. Sean, you are amazing. It does not surprise me at all that you were nominated as Teacher of the Year. You are the heart and soul of Harkness Elementary School, and we just we wouldn't be the same without you here. So again, congratulations. You're my Teacher of the Year all the time. So I hope you enjoyed that nomination, and congratulations again.
We are so proud to have Claudia Wong selected as Theodore Judah's Teacher of the Year. Mrs. Wong exemplifies what it means to be a highly effective teacher. She is collaborative in so many ways and is always willing to support her colleagues and the school community as well as her families. She's innovative, she's creative, and she builds the best rapport with her students. As a kindergarten teacher, she sets the highest of expectations for all her students while providing a culturally responsive learning environment. She is the best example of a skilled teacher, and this has definitely been true during such challenging times. Congratulations, Claudia. You are Judah Strong, and we are all very proud of you.
Congratulations, Mr. Doyle, and as always, thank you for everything you do here at Rosemont High School.
This award recognizes employees who consistently demonstrate outstanding work, performance, professional leadership, and collaboration. Our classified employees are the glue that holds our schools together. The dedication of our classified employees is nothing short of inspiring. The key roles they play in the day-to-day functions of schools are as important as ever as we adjust to life during the pandemic. They all contribute much to our students, families, and communities. I want them to know how appreciated they are. I would like to congratulate them all as we celebrate each of them as this year's classified champion employees. Congratulations. You're all superstars.
And that concludes our presentation this evening. We congratulate the Teachers of the Year as well as classified champions. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you. And if those emotions and facial expressions didn't say it all for you, I think I was kind of tearing up a little bit. So congratulations to each of you. So first things first, we need to go back to item 9.1 to approve the resolutions. So,
excuse me.
Oh, and we have a public comment. Sorry.
Yes,
we have public comment on 9.1.
We have Terrence Gladney speaking on 9.1.
Thank you.
I want to congratulate everyone that was nominated and won, and want to thank you all for recognizing each of those individuals and their school sites. And we all know that typically the best principals come from the classroom. The best administrators come from administration at the school site. And we need to be intentional about making sure we retain the pipeline of highly qualified, experienced people to serve our school sites so that we can actually achieve equity. If we pull the best people from the school site and we don't have a pipeline or process to replace them, then we're left with vacancies at school site that need those people the most. And I hope that we improve our systems to make that a reality. And it may mean that we need to decentralize some of our actions and our processes. We've recently had, schools like Luther Burbank say that in the facilities process, they were not included in the design of spaces that were meant to serve their students at the school site that they know best. We've had athletic facilities that did not have coaches of athletes that are the users of those facilities engaged in the process to make sure they have proper equipment. So we can always be better, but I am excited to see that we have so many wonderful staff and people just across our district serving our students. And I hope that we can grow that number, whether it's through additional training, additional recruitment, but also just serving them and honor them, with our expenditures, because that is how we truly show our values. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney. All right. Do we have any board comment regarding the resolutions? No? Okay. Can I get a motion to approve resolution 3199, 3200, 3201, and 3202? Oh, you had a question or
No.
you're moving?
Yes.
You're moving. Okay. I'm going to get a second. All right. It's a roll call vote, Superintendent. Oh, student preferential vote.
Thank you. Aye. Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye. Perfect. Thank you. And once again, congratulations to all of our nominees and winners for this evening. And just know that all of our staff in our district, I believe, are worthy of these nominations. All right. Item 9.3, update on reopening memorandum.
Excuse me, President Pritchett, we do have a speaker on item 9.2 as well.
Oh, okay. I apologize. 9.2. Go ahead.
Is Jesse Guick?
Good evening. Our family has had the privilege of being a part of Ms. Kirkman's classroom for both of our daughters. Ms. Kirkman does an excellent job of turning young children into great classroom citizens and really prepared as first graders. She is just equal parts firm and nurturing. She excels at both social emotional learning as well as academics. Her incredible patience creates an environment that's welcoming and conducive to learning. She's just such an amazing teacher, especially at reading. And she takes children, from their letter sounds to full-fledged readers in such a short time. I'm so thankful for Ms. Kirkman. She is a wonderful communicator and incredibly organized. She takes time after hours to train parents on how to support reading and writing at a young age, which is just incredible. She's reassuring and kind, and she turned my current third grader into an avid reader, and my kinder, who is with her now, just loves school, and that in itself is an incredible feat for this school year. We're so very lucky to have Ms. Kirkman in our school community, and I'm very grateful for her. She is so deserving of this honor. Thank you, Ms. Kirkman. Do you want to say anything, Emmy? Okay, and my daughter loves her.
Woo, Miss Kirkman! Yeah!
Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. All right, back to item 9.3, update on reopening memorandums of understanding and next steps. Mr. Bozio?
Good evening, President Pritchett, Board of Education, Superintendent, Raul Bozio, in-house counsel here to provide you your routine update on our reopening MOU. Oops. Next steps. Oops. Aha. Okay, as the board previously requested that they receive updates regarding the district's efforts concerning the 3 foot or modifying the agreement with SCTA to the 3 foot distancing guidance and the district's attempts to meet and confer with SCTA. As previously discussed with the board at our previous 2 board meetings, the guidance from CDC, CDPH, SCDPH was changed on the just following the agreement with SCTA, and that modified the social distance minimum between students from 6 feet to 3 feet. The MOU accounts for such changed guidance. The MOU at Section A3 provides that any such revisions to the health and safety guidelines that conflict, any portion of the MOU that conflicts with the revised or updated guidelines, best practices, recommendations, and considerations from SCDPH or CDPH, the parties would agree to meet and confer. As previously outlined for the board, the district has sought to do so, and the history of the communications between the district and the union are there for you on the slide. It can be viewed online as well. As you can see, the district initially sought to meet and confer on March 31st. SCTA initially refused to meet and confer on April 5th. The district sent another letter on April 7th, specifically quoting from the CDE guidance that an LEA with more than sufficient space, staffing, hygienic supplies, etc., to ensure health and safety of all students should be offering full day and full week in-person instruction to all of its students. SCTA's April 9 communication stated that it would be open to having discussions with the district regarding possible modifications to the instructional model and collapsing of cohorts once in-person instruction resumed, and there was a clearer sense of how many students were returning for in-person instruction. On April 20th, the district responded by providing additional information and data regarding in-person attendance, initially on that date, providing updates on in-person attendance for the elementary level. And then subsequently, the district has provided updates to the information concerning attendance for all of the cohorts at all the grade levels. In today's letter to SCTA, the district again provided updated information concerning the attendance rates at all of its schools, and specifically noting that there are 24 school sites where all grade level cohorts could be collapsed into single class groupings at the 6 foot level, the 6 feet standard of social distancing. There are at least 255 site grade levels that could have classes collapsed into single groups across all schools of the district. In addition to those 24 school sites where all grade level cohorts could be collapsed, there are also many, many more schools where most grade level classes could be collapsed at that 6 foot social distancing 8 additional schools, for example, have all but one grade level that could be collapsed at that standard. And again, this information is available, links here and on the district's website. We've also provided information via a map for our visual learners that show how many classrooms at each of our elementary school sites can support a single group of students at that 6-foot social distancing. Our next steps. The district plans to collapse the cohorts of all district classes, where doing so can be done at the 6-foot student to student and student to adult social distancing, and initially for the elementary sites, and elementary grades. The parties will discuss the collapsing of these cohorts pursuant to this district plan on May 12th. Happy to take any questions after public comment.
I believe we have 8 live public comments on this item.
Yes, and our first speaker is Allison French-Toubeau.
Greetings. I just want to say that I celebrate that our classrooms have reopened and that some students have been able to return. Personally, I see my children's outlooks brightening with this change. However, the current format has reduced the time with teachers for all students, including those who select full distance learning, and the half days create transportation and logistical challenges that I recognize my privilege in being able to overcome. So while I celebrate, I also exhort the district and labor partners to immediately update any MOUs that are blocking SUSD from carrying out the current recommendations from Public Health and the California Department of Education. This includes the topics of combining or collapsing cohorts that was just discussed, as well as indoor sports. The MOU with SCTA included language to meet and confer about public health recommendations. That was signed on March 20th. I see in the PowerPoint that a meeting on the topic is currently scheduled for May 12th. Board members, I am not okay with it taking 53 days to meet and confer, and I hope that you aren't either, and that you will have this situation in mind when considering future offers to meet and confer by this labor partner. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Rice.
Good evening, board members. I guess first of all, I appreciate, and I think everybody appreciates the district's intent to collapse the cohorts to the 6-foot distancing, or at least consistent with that. I guess my question is, why are we not collapsing to 3 feet? The science supports it. That's the guidance from CDC. I believe the MOU is very clear that while you have an obligation to meet and confer, you also have an obligation to follow state law, your constitutional requirement to provide as much in-person instruction as feasible, and also to follow the CDC and your local guidance, your local health officer guidance. So I don't see any impediment whatsoever in the board just moving forward with collapsing to 3 feet. It doesn't mean that the teachers need to get within 3 feet of the students. It just means that the students can get within 3 feet of each other, which is what the science supports. So please, like the prior speaker said, don't delay. Don't spend a whole lot of time meeting and conferring. Just do it. The students are suffering for every day that you delay to collapse the cohorts and increase the in-person instruction. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ingrid Hutchins.
Good evening again. My name is Ingrid Hutchins, and I'm a second grade teacher at Golden Empire Elementary. I've been teaching using the hybrid concurrent model since April 8th. While the return to campus has brought some of the pre-COVID world back into our lives with activities like raising and releasing butterflies and spring art projects, this instructional model is not sustainable. None of our groups are receiving the type of instruction they deserve. And many teachers have reported that our distance learning Mondays are the most effective instructional days because all learners are using the same mode at the same time. When thinking about our plans for the fall, concurrent teaching should not be a consideration. While I understand why parents want to reduce distance to the 3 feet recommendation, that reduces the amount of space for teachers to walk around and look at student work. Part of returning to school is for us to actually have some sort of almost hands-on experience with our children. And if we have more students in the classroom, we won't be able to move around and watch while they work. I currently have a group of 10 on Thursday and Friday and a group of 5 on Tuesday and Wednesday. If we put those two groups together, I will not be as effective as I can be because I'll have to stay at a desk rather than move to the room and help out my students. At the last board meeting, you voted on a resolution that pertained to reopening in fall, and you stated that a virtual academy would be considered. With a large number of families who want to stay in distance learning mode, you need to do more than just consider it. The surrounding districts have not only created virtual academies, they're currently enrolling families. Yet here we are with yet another flaccid resolution that will fail to give our families what they need. Later this summer, I'm sure SCTA will be blamed for it, though I, as an SCT rep, have implored you at every meeting to create a virtual academy and make it a priority in your fall plans. As families see that other districts are currently enrolling while ours sits and does nothing, they will leave our district for ones that put action behind words. While we're discussing people who choose to leave the district, I want to also focus on the staff members who are leaving the district. Teachers and principals are leaving our district to join neighboring ones to escape the toxic environment that has grown over the years. If you lose the people who actually work with the students, how can you tell the community that you're putting your students first? If we want to really discuss next steps, we need to discuss how we're going to change the climate of this district. Political games and maneuvering have become rife in our district. Lies have replaced facts, and stakeholders have been turned against one another. A common phrase in discussions regarding our district employees is, "I don't like SCTA, but I love my child's teacher." When I hear such a thing, it shows how little respect our community has for our school staff. It's akin to when anyone makes a biased claim about a group of people, then turns to someone and says, "But not you, you're different." It's plain rude. Please understand, the teachers, nurses, psychologists are SCTA. Our beloved aides, bus drivers, nutrition service staff, custodians, and front office staff are SEIU.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchins. Please wrap it up. Thank you.
I will just one more second. I just want to say that the people who work with our students are the members of their respective unions, and we need to work together instead of being put into separate corners and creating a bigger division. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Myers.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. I'm parent to 3 SCUSD students. I'm part of Open Sac City Schools and also Students First. We are disappointed with the lack of forward progress towards bringing students back to full time. Many board members previously agreed to put reopening on every agenda until students are back. Yet tonight's agenda fails to meet even this very low bar. Let's be clear, this item right here, 9.3, is a labor update. It's not a student-centric reopening discussion. Overall, the entire agenda tonight gives the impression that students' needs are an afterthought. How about a student appreciation day? And let's celebrate it by allowing kids back into school 5 days a week. In the April 24th board meeting, you voted unanimously for Resolution 3162, and we appreciate the extra effort that was made to clearly state that there's no public health reason for students not to be in class full-time right now. SCTA and SEIU 1021 self-serving behavior using obsolete 6-foot spacing as a bargaining chip has been abhorrent. But just as concerning is the board's unwillingness to even put reopening on the agenda and up for a vote. It now seems like the board is complicit with the union in trying to run out the clock until summer break. Another 5 weeks of learning loss is unacceptable. Worse, not having full-time in-person learning this spring will make it far more difficult to start the fall with any sense of normalcy. Board members, we are counting on you to stop the damage that is being inflicted on SCUSD students. Please act for the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
Our next speaker is Lisa Lindberg.
Hello, my name is Lisa Lindberg. I'm a parent of 3 children, 3rd, 6th, and 8th grade. Thank you for providing some in-person learning to all 3 of my children. They're overwhelmingly happy to be in school. They are learning, and they repeatedly asked to go back to school full time. My 3rd grader has been ecstatic with the paper airplane contest and after-school program. Thank you for letting him be a happy student 2 days a week. I observe a completely different positive mental state and attitude towards school in all of my kids on those in-person days. However, on the Zoom days, my kids dread logging in. They are sad, angry, and completely disengaged. I and other parents now know for certain that being in school on campus 5 days per week is of utmost importance. As a scientist and engineer, I was going to start citing data and statistics using science logical arguments for full time. But when I look at the situation in SAC Unified, many items don't appear logical. What I observe are political and emotional based decisions without students' interests, mostly adult interests. The board passed a motion to allow opening full time. What are we waiting for? Why isn't there a motion now to collapse cohorts and go down to 3-foot spacing? County health has allowed this. There's an overwhelming support by many, yet no further progress. I can only conclude there's some sort of fear or emotional aspect driving decisions over logic and data and science. Because of this, 40,000 children, maybe less now, are falling behind their peers every single day. We students and parents are desperate. We do not want to waste another school year. That would be a tragedy. Kids endured far more social isolation than adults during this pandemic. Please help them. If the schools do not open full-time now in the fall, the same delay tactics already experienced will be used. Delays in meetings, 3-6-foot debates. It's very predictable. So you need to address the labor issue now. Do not push it in the summer, else we'll be in the same situation 5 months from now. Good progress has been made, but not enough. Please move to full-time in person now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lindberg.
Our next and final speaker is Terrence Gladney.
Good evening again. I know that you guys typically don't respond to public comments in the meeting, but I'm looking for a champion on the board to ask of staff the following questions regarding the data that was presented. How does the existing attendance data that we see align with the projections that were made based on survey responses that we received prior to reopening? If we analyze these two sets of data, could we add additional data points to identify subgroup demographics so we can remain focused on a student-centered, equity-based mission of serving students? When I go to school campuses and I see one student in a cohort in a classroom, that tells me that a few parents on a Zoom call or on a board meeting proclaiming to be a coalition and speak for 40,000 students and having a focus on equity don't actually have the numbers on the school site to represent or reflect what they're saying is true. So let's talk about science, yes, but show me that we have the same data for 6 feet that we do for 3 feet. You know, let's take all of the spreadsheets attached to this item and make it into a pie chart so we can actually see with our own eyes, just like we can see on a campus, what the truth is. We don't need science to tell us that our schools are not full. And that tells us that our parents did not opt in to return to school. So we need to answer that question before we even consider returning to a full-time, more expensive model of having our kids at school. Are we going to return to 5 days a week and still have about 25 to 40% attendance? Does that truly serve the needs of our students? The majority of our students, not the ones represented by the people who call in every meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney. All right. Any board discussion? Member Villa?
I just wanted to say quickly, thank you for putting this data together, because we obviously know that we need to start working with the data that we have. And obviously that's going to change once we reach out to our parents, but we need to collapse the cohorts. We absolutely need to go to 3 feet. I've been saying that for quite some time now. I fear we're going to look back and really be disappointed that we didn't get our kids back to school quicker, and really wish that we did. I know that we need to be committed to fall. And I know that this board has spoken, we are very committed to fall. And I want parents who are listening, family members, community members to know that we are committed to returning in fall. But again, I know that we're doing all that we can to make sure that our kids are being served the way that they need to be. I know for me personally, it's the same as another parent had said. It's really hard to watch your child at home, watch their friends at school who are in the classroom. And it's really important for their mental well-being emotionally to be together. So appreciate the work that we're doing, and we obviously have a long way to go.
Thank you. Student Member Shake?
Thank you. So I have a question for Ms. Bozia. Before that, I'm going to share some comments. Specifically with regards to the comment from an SCTA rep that we heard. Gosh, is that okay? We passed resolution 3152, I think it is, committing to a full return in the fall and pushing our staff to do what they're already doing, which is expand in-person learning as much as possible in the spring. I don't see how that's a flaccid resolution. I think it shows to our parents who have been so lost this past year of what the future is going to look like that we are going in a resolute direction. And it's really ironic to hear SCTA accuse us of political games and maneuvering when we've had these presentations on how they have played with the term meet and confer for weeks on end now. Ms. French-Tubo points out that this MOU was reached way too long ago for us to finally be talking about a possibility of expanding in-person learning on May 12th. It's outrageous. It's far too late, and that's political games and maneuvering. And then I wanted to say that I take personal offense at the analogy that people saying I like my teachers, but I don't like SCTA is akin to someone saying of a racial group or a religious minority that, these guys are bad, but not you. As a Muslim, I know very well what that's like. And with all due respect, a bargaining unit engaging in hostile tactics and harsh political moves is not the same thing at all. And I love all my teachers, but I have issues with SCTA. There's nothing akin at all. And it's just frankly offensive. And with that, I wanted to ask Mr. Bozio sort of about the meet and confer language, not with SCTA, but whether that topic has been broached with SCIU.
Yes, it has. And it's the same language is contained in their MOU as the SCTA MOU.
And there's no progress to report to us, I guess.
Oh, I see what you're asking. No, nothing different, nothing separate there.
That's par for the course for Sac City. Thank you.
Member Garcia?
I just want to echo the comments that we certainly want to pursue collapsing cohorts. That means that even if it's at 6 feet at some schools, it means that kids come back 4 days a week. But I also want to be mindful that unless we move to 3 feet at other schools, we won't have kids coming back at 4 days a week. And I think that that's where we need to start focusing. It's bringing all kids back full time. It's the only way to move forward. And some public comments about the 3 feet, not having enough space in the classroom. Other districts are doing this. We're not inventing something new here. We're actually the last district probably to adopt this particular model of going back to school 5 days a week. And I do believe if you build it, they will come. I believe that if we open our schools 5 days a week, our parents will come back. Our kids will come back because they have more stability, more certainty. So it's important to move in that direction. And it's exhausting talking about this when so many of the other districts in the region, let alone the state, have moved in this direction already. So thank you for the update, and I look forward to a final solution next week.
Thank you, Member Garcia. And I agree. I think this board wants nothing more to have our kids back in school really 5 days a week at full time with their teachers. And, we often get compared to other districts, and I think that we need to be looking at other districts and what they're doing, because I can tell you in the area that I live in, I live on the border of 3 other districts. And I've had many families that can and are able to are ready to move their kids out of our district because of what is happening right now. And that is the last thing that we need. We have fought so hard to increase enrollment, to get kids coming to our schools. There's not a single reason why we should be just laying down and letting people leave our district right now. So I think that, this is a good start. But we need to continue with the 3 feet and bringing back our kids full time to our district. Back to the classroom. So with that, thank you, Mr. Buzzi. I also am looking forward to the next presentation. All right. Item 9.4, summer school update. Ms. Vieta, Mr. Turkey, and Ms. Cower.
President Pritchett, if I can just interject here as we're waiting for staff to come online. I want to just come back to this topic. As you know, this was a topic from a few board meetings ago. And one of the main themes of that presentation was that so much of what we did over the course of the summer would be dependent on staffing. So I've asked our staff to provide an update to our board and to our community with respect to some of the reframing that we are going to present to you about. Again, I just want to reiterate, though, that even as we look at some refinements to what we were thinking of the last time we presented, it still is very much dependent on staffing. So I just want to speak to that. I know that you've been following a lot of very important articles that have been written about this topic, summer programming, the effect of the pandemic on our students, our staff, parents. So just keep that in mind. I think it's a very exciting reframing, if you will, and I look forward to the board's discussion on this topic.
So good evening, Superintendent and Board of Education. My name is Matt Turkey, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, and I'm joined here tonight by Manpreet Kaur, Director of Youth Development, Dr. Sadie Hedegaard, Assistant Superintendent of Special Education, and Victoria Flores, Director of Student Support and Health Services. We're here this evening to update the board and community on the summer programs planned across the district for the summer. And next slide, please. Our core value reminds us that our system is inequitable by design, and that we must vigilantly work to interrupt those inequities. Summer programming is an opportunity for us to address some of these inequities by providing our most promised students with opportunities to reconnect with school and to find joy again in learning and playing together. With this opportunity, we can move towards realizing the promise of our guiding principle, that all students are given an equal opportunity to graduate, the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. Next slide, please. This evening, we will provide an update on the overall aim and tenor of our summer programming. We'll provide details on our K-8 programs, known as Summer Matters, which are being run in an inclusive manner with our special education students in extended school year. We will then go into an integral aspect of our K-8 programming, high-dosage tutoring, before providing updates on credit recovery, high school summer engagement programs, and the health and safety measures that we'll be taking. And next slide, please. In recent weeks, we've been learning from research and from our community that a solely academic summer program is not what our students want or need at the moment. Rather, school districts are being encouraged to focus on a restorative restart to school, which, in the words of the Policy Analysis of California Education, must begin by nurturing students' social and emotional well-being to support academic progress. Instead of waiting until September, we are taking this advice to heart now and will be instituting summer programs which are built upon the tenets of a restorative restart. To center relationships, we will create dedicated time and space for relationship building and re-engagement. We know that stable, positive, and supportive relationships help students overcome adverse experiences and are necessary as a foundation for cognitive development and learning. We'll be addressing the needs of the whole child, including the unique social, emotional, mental health, language, and academic needs of each student. We are strengthening our partnerships with our community-based organizations to provide this summer programming. And we'll be prioritizing racial equity, relevance, rigor, and priority standards in curriculum instruction by First of all, offering students choice and voice in their learning, and by instituting high-dosage academic tutoring. And next slide, please. High-dosage tutoring, an integral component of our summer programming, we have learned from the Annenberg Institute at Brown University, is an evidence-based strategy for supporting and accelerating learning. But to the superintendent's previous point, this will be somewhat dependent upon hiring of teachers, and we will go into more details on this later. Next slide, please. This year in education has been hard. It's been hard on our students, our teachers, and our communities. On the one hand, we know that we need to address our students' academic needs during the summertime. And on the other hand, students and teachers are exhausted and need a break. What we do not need is a summer program which ignores these facts and attempts to make academic gains without paying attention to the social and emotional needs of our students and teachers. Through partnering with our community-based organizations, we think that we have found the sweet spot of a fun, engaging summer program, which will provide just what our students, teachers, and community need at this time. And on that note, I will hand off to my colleague, Manpreet, who will go into more detail. Manpreet, over to you.
Sorry, I didn't realize that I was on mute. Respected board members, dear superintendent, I am Manpreet Kaur, Director of Youth Development Department. As you heard from many of our public speakers and also from our instructional areas, assistant superintendent, this pandemic has done a lot of damage to us, to all of us, especially to our children, socially, emotionally, physically, and also mentally. So this summer program will include high dosage of tutoring, which will be connected to their classroom learning. And also we will be providing a lot of opportunities, those opportunities where they will mingle with their learning communities. And their peers are one of their learning communities, and they will have ample opportunities to play with their peers, mingle with them. Youth development, we will also have a youth employment program for our incoming juniors and incoming seniors. And we are very excited about this program. This, as my colleague Matt Turkey mentioned, this summer program will only be possible with the collaboration of community-based organizations, our teachers, academic department, facilities, operations, health and student support services, risk management, and youth development support services. We are going to model this based on our learning hubs. We have been running learning hubs since October 8, and we are going to follow the same model to be successful during summertime. I also want to emphasize that we are collaborating with our special ed department to make sure that our students who are enrolled in extended school year program, they will have ample opportunities to access enrichment activities. We will be intentionally planning to be at those sites where ESY will be taking place. A combination of high dosage tutoring and enrichment activities such as music, dance, painting, theater arts, and athletics. We all know Olympics are supposed to happen in Tokyo during August. So hopefully Olympics will happen, but we will give opportunities to our students to play and run and have as much fun as they can, because we know they missed it for the whole last year. We will be implementing pre and post surveys to measure success. We are thinking of implementing Calvin's survey. We are collaborating with our social emotional learning director, Mycie Lee, to include some of the items that will measure students' social emotional health and their coping skills. Next slide. So all these programs will include the following components. Focus on relationships. There will be plenty of adults present. We are trying to have small cohorts to have teachers, to have social workers, to have instructional aides at the sites. And again, as a superintendent mentioned too, that this all depends on hiring of our staff, and we are going to do our best to have as many staff as we can on our campuses. Staff will focus on community agreements in order to address discipline issues. We will not be having any punitive measures or discipline ways in our summer programming. Addressing mental health, we are thinking of hiring social workers, and hopefully we will be able to do circles and check-ins addressing well-being, safety, trauma, anxiety, loss of stability, and how to manifest feelings. And the main focus will be, again, building relationships with adults and relationships with mentors, relationships with their own peers, connecting with families and communities. All of our program managers who will be running these summer programs, they will be required to do orientations night, and not only that, but every Friday parent nights, which will be like a check-in where parents can come to the meeting, whether it's a Zoom meeting or in person, so they can check in. High dosage of tutoring. Teachers will work with small groups, maybe not more than 4 or 5 students at a time, depending on how many teachers we will be able to hire, so that we can have students tutoring which is connected to their classrooms learning. Next slide, please. So summer program will be at elementary, middle, and high schools. So all these sites selected, when we were looking at these sites, we were thinking about free and reduced lunch, community needs. We also looked at our summer matters programming, and we looked at based on the data from Equity Index. And we also, as I mentioned earlier, too, we are collaborating with our special ed department so that we can make sure that students who are enrolled in ESY could have access to this program too. So we are thinking of having dual enrollment. We will give that opportunity to our ESY students. If they would like to have dual enrollment, they will have that opportunity. Priority populations will include foster youth, students experiencing homelessness, EL students, students with special needs, and disengaged students. As stated, it's a criteria for AB 86. Elementary programs will be for incoming first graders through incoming sixth graders. Middle school programs will be for incoming 7th and 8th graders. All elementary and middle school programs will tentatively operate from 8 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. from June 28th to July 30th, 5 days a week for 5 weeks. July 4th will be a holiday, which will give us 24 days. And this schedule will give one whole full week of enrichment to our students who will be enrolled in ESY. If they decide to enroll for one whole week in our summer programming, they will have the opportunity to do so. Next slide, please. All sites will run as community sites. We know during summertime, parents go to their auntie's house, their grandma's house. So as long as they are students in Sac City Unified School District, no matter which school, they will be able to enroll in the program of their choice. All elementary sites, high dosage tutoring will focus on English language arts, and middle school tutoring will focus on math. Our program will follow on a return to health guidelines such as small cohorts and other health and safety measures. Number of sites depend on CBO capacity, as we have mentioned earlier, availability of staff, depending how many staff we will be able to hire, and also interest from families. We don't know what the interest of the families will be, and we'll only be seeing it when we open the application. There is one other factor that is not listed here, and that is summer construction. Some of our sites go under construction, heavy construction during summertime. So that will be another factor that will play a part. Next slide, please. So first of all, I just want you to look at this cute flyer that one of our staff, youth development staff created, and we are very excited about this program. So this is Summer Ambassador / Peer Mentors program. We have been running Summer Ambassadors program for the last 8 years. except last year when we were under the pandemic. So, but this will be the first year when we will be offering hourly wage to our students. In the past, we have always given small stipend. So we are very excited and we are thankful to the board and to our superintendent for giving us this opportunity and to our students. So it's a work internship program for incoming juniors and seniors. We all know our teenagers, they are always looking for money for their next school year to buy clothes and shoes. So this will be a great opportunity for them to make some money. Students will support programs at elementary and middle school sites. So these high school students will go to elementary and middle. And we all know our elementary students and middle school students, they listen to their high school peers more than they listen to adults because they are their role models. Students will be required to submit online application. I'm glad to say that application is already open. And other required paperwork such as I-9, a document to establish identity and eligibility to work. It will be a great opportunity for students to learn how to get a job and be a professional. We will be asking them to submit resume and other things so that they can learn what it takes to have a job. YDSS staff will conduct interviews, select students, conduct trainings on professionalism and safety at work. I also want to let the board know that we will be collaborating with people reaching out from Fruit Ridge Community Collaborative. We have an existing relationship with them, and they will be the one doing the trainings on peer mentoring with all these students. We have already connected, and they will be the one. They also provide peer mentoring program at 4 of our school sites during expanded learning hours. Students will receive $14 per hour, 4 hours a day, 5 days a week for 6 weeks. So they will start June 21st, and we will be doing trainings, and they will get paid during that week. Next slide, please. So there are some other additional programs. Freedom School. This program is rooted in the civil rights movement. Many of you have visited Freedom School program in the past. So this training will be provided by Children's Defense Fund. We will be bringing it back to our campuses again. Summer at City Hall. Almost 6 years. For the last 6 years, we have been collaborating with the city. So in the past, this program was used to be held at City Hall, except last year, and again this year it will be online. Students receive 5 high school credits and also monetary stipend at the end of 6-week course, 42 hours of internship. I also want to let you know that each year, we youth development hire 3 Sac City Unified School District teachers who teach at Summer at City Hall. And this year, again, application was open, and we are in the process of doing interviews. And we will also be collaborating with Sacramento County Office of Education for an art-based enrichment. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to give it to Ms. Sadie Hedegaard.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dr. Sadie Hedegaard, and I am the Assistant Superintendent of Special Education, Innovation, and Learning. As was highlighted earlier in the presentation, the team has been very intentional in the planning for summer school and extended school year. It's important to highlight that these are separate programs with different requirements. Extended school year is a special education related service that is outlined in a student's individual education plan. Students do need to be found eligible for this program. Summer school, on the other hand, is a function of the general education programming. And as we know, our students with exceptional needs are general education students first, and it is paramount that both opportunities are available to them. This summer planning has presented unique opportunities to provide students with inclusive practices, which, as again was mentioned already, includes dual enrollment in both programs, aligned adult professional learning for the staff that will be serving these programs, inclusive English language arts, math, and social emotional learning instruction, and the enrichment activities. So please note, however, that while we're highlighting the difference between extended school year program and summer school, the summer school is still available to all students with exceptional needs, not just those that also qualify for extended school year. Next slide, please. The extended school year program will take place from June 28th to July 23rd. Extended school year will be hosted at the locations highlighted on the slide. And as discussed earlier, these locations are being identified in collaboration with the youth development team and transportation. And lastly, while there are wonderful inclusive opportunities for this year, the extended school year program is different in that it also will focus on supporting the individual needs of students as outlined again in their individual education plan or IEP, more specifically depending on the nature of the severity of the student's disability, their IEP goals, and any emerging skills that they're working on. So we will now transition to share more in regards to the academic components of the summer school planning program.
Good evening again. As you have heard, high dosage tutoring will be an important part of our summer programming at the elementary and middle school level for all of our students, including our students in extended school year. There are certain design principles of high dosage tutoring which distinguish this effective, evidence-based practice from less effective tutoring. First is the frequency, which is recommended to be 30 to 60 minutes in duration, at least 3 times a week. In our design, students would participate in 45-minute sessions up to 5 days a week. Group size should be as small as possible, and we are planning to have 3 to 4 students in each group who will be taught by credentialed teachers. Relationships between the students and the teacher are of paramount importance. As such, the teacher, students, and CBO team lead will engage in whole group community building at the start and end of each session every day. And moreover, SEL will be woven throughout the entire program. The curriculum materials we are using will be of high quality and will be standards aligned. And moreover, students will be engaging in ongoing formative assessment to drive instruction, and there will be pre- and post-assessments to measure progress. As you have heard previously, participating students will be prioritized using the criteria from AB 86, focusing on foster and homeless students, EL students, students with disabilities, and disengaged students. The one caveat is that the amount and duration of high-dosage tutoring each group of students will receive will be totally dependent upon the number of teachers that we can hire. And next slide, please. We're now going to move away from the K-8 space to update the board on programming at the high school level. Each of our high schools will be offering online credit recovery through Accelerate Education. The program will run for 5 weeks from June the 21st through to July 23rd. There will be both in-person and distance learning options for students, with the opportunity of being on campus between the hours of 8 a.m. and 11:30 a.m. All students will, of course, be able to make further progress working online at home outside of these hours. Each school site will use database tools to identify and recruit students to participate in credit recovery using the following priority order. Firstly, seniors within 20 credits of graduation or A through G, then foster or homeless students, juniors within 20 credits of graduation or A through G, then on to sophomores, and then freshmen, both within 20 credits of graduation or A through G, and then finally, any other student in need of credit recovery. And next slide, please. As an example, here is a screenshot of the tool that school personnel will use to identify priority students for credit recovery. This particular student is a senior at Hiram Johnson and has a very high GPA of 4.06. In looking at his transcript, however, the tool has flagged that he received a D in second semester English 9, making him ineligible for a UC or CSU. This student would be flagged in the first priority group for credit recovery so that he can retake English 9 second semester and then become A through G eligible. And next slide, please. To further meet the needs of our high school students, each high school will also be running an in-person summer engagement program. These programs will run within the same time frame as credit recovery, from June 21st through July 23rd, but may not run for the full 5 weeks. While the exact programming at each high school will be dependent upon each individual school's needs and capacity, some possibilities include a bridge program for incoming 9th and or 10th grade students, a math success camp, or AP success camps. And I will now hand off to my colleague, Victoria Flores. Thank you.
Next, thank you. So as you've heard of all these wonderful opportunities for our students for summer programming at our sites, we wanted to affirm to our community and the board that all of our health and safety protocols will remain implemented as they are now. And so one of the ways we'll be able to do that is extending our health aides that are serving our school sites right now to continue serving in this summer space. So they will reinforce the implementation of all of our health and safety mitigation measures. One of the most important ones that we're really learning from science that comes out every day is the importance of wearing our face coverings. They'll provide that health screening that they're doing. Remember, we're wanting to keep COVID away. And so anyone who's sick or exposed will need to remain home. And of course, we'll hold that spot for them. They're going to support that care room just in case anyone does get sick during the school year. And the other really key factor we're hearing about, and likely we're going to really need to continue into next year, is COVID testing. So we'll continue to provide that routine surveillance COVID testing, as well as if anyone becomes symptomatic, we can offer testing immediately, or if someone's been exposed. You know, anyone can pretty much walk into any of our sites right now when our health aides are present and get a COVID test at any time. Of course, they'll also then support determining when our staff or our students need to stay home and when it's safe to return. And in the event of a positive case, they will provide contact tracing support, which is so important to stop the spread of COVID. So we just wanted our community to understand we will continue to practice all these measures as we put on this fun and exciting and engaging summer program. And with that, I'll turn it over to next slide.
So based on the early information that we have, we think we can successfully run at 28 elementary sites, 5 middle schools, and our 15 high schools. And again, I want to reiterate to the board that this number can change based on the number of staff we are able to hire, CBO capacity, and also interest from our families and students. And with that, that's the end of the presentation. Thank you. Next slide.
Thank you so much, staff, for that presentation. I believe we have one live public comment.
Yes, we have one comment from Allison French-Toubeau.
Thank you very much, Board President Pritchett and everyone. Regarding this presentation, I want to acknowledge that SUSD did not have a strong existing summer school program to build from. And also it's a heavy lift for leadership and staff to organize and staff up this program. And I recognize that everyone involved with schools this school year has worked so hard and is tired out. I hope that SCUSD teachers will choose to serve, but I hope this program's rollout is not bound entirely to their willingness. Looking at the PowerPoint, I don't see any estimates or targets for numbers being served, just the numbers of school sites. So how will stakeholders know whether or not what was intended was achieved? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. French-Toubeau. All right, I'll open this up for board dialogue. Member Wu?
On page 10, what do you mean that all sites will be as community sites?
It means anybody from any school site can apply as long as they are SCUSD students. A school can have students from their neighboring school sites too. And let's say school A, if there is a school B in the neighborhood, they will be able to take those students. So it's open to all students who are in Sac City Unified.
And why 6 feet distancing? We've been pushing here for 3 feet, haven't we?
It's in our paperwork, Superintendent. It's on page 10.
Page 10. Third bullet.
Hi, everyone. I believe that if we're able to go down to 3-foot distancing, that we will be able to do that. So at the moment, I think we should say physical distancing to be determined whether that's 6 foot or 3 foot. But obviously, if we can go to 3 foot, then that would be beneficial.
Superintendent.
Yeah, thank you. We certainly will make that adjustment, particularly in light of the discussions that the board has been having. Again, these are efforts that we have had in place. We are refining some of the processes. Our youth development program has run these types of programs in the past. We are introducing high dosage tutoring, for example. So there's going to be other elements to refine this process. We believe that because this is a program that has existed in the past, that we will be able to implement this. And based on your feedback, we can certainly make that adjustment, particularly in light of the guidelines that have been issued and where those guidelines will be over the course of the next few weeks into the beginning of the summer school program.
Thank
Member
you.
Shake.
All right, to keep the conversation on slide 10, I have a question for Ms. Kaur. Could we just get some explanation behind the rationale and implementation of sort of what this second bullet point means? High dosage tutoring will focus on ELA for middle and ELA for elementary and math for middle. Why are we making that distinction?
So, please chime in, Matt. According to our earlier discussions, our younger kids, first, second, third graders, most of the time, they need to focus on reading during their early years. So that is why English language arts was selected for elementary students and for middle school in order to get them ready for high school and getting them proficient in math so they can later on be successful in high school. We selected math as the focus of the tutoring part for high dosage tutoring. So ELA for elementary based on the fact that they need a reading proficiency in their early grade levels.
And I can chime in here as well a little bit. So according to our data and where we have the biggest needs in our our current K through 3, which in summer school will be kind of considered like 1 through 4, we're really going to focus in on reading. So foundational reading will be the focus because that's where our data says that we should focus with those grade levels. For the grade levels, our current 4th and 5th, which is kind of incoming 5th and 6th, we'll be focusing in on English language arts and English language development. Again, we're thinking about reclassification of our English learners and then just overall reading and writing literacy for our students in those grade levels, knowing that our data points us towards that. When we get into the middle school level, we actually start hurting more in math. And so that's the reason to focus in on math. There. So board member Shake, we're basically just following the data.
Always love to hear that. That's good. I wanted to applaud not only the emphasis on youth employment, which I'm a huge fan of, not only so that we can get money into the pocket of students, but so that we can have this sort of community building over the summer, but also the emphasis on increased credit recovery. And I know that the example of the Hiram student that we have here is far too real. And that 1D and a C of A's, blocking that student from going to a UC, that would be terrible, and it's happened. And so that emphasis is really important. And with that, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Member Shake. Member Bailout?
I just had a question. I know this is obviously a topic, but what are we going to do, or what are your thoughts, and what is maybe the goal on the availability of staff, the lacking maybe of teachers? I'm concerned that this is going to be a program that we've spent a lot of time and effort But if we don't have the folks that are willing to help out, what is the next step? What are we looking at doing? Because I'm sure there will be a lot of interest from families, and I want to make sure that we can support them.
So, Member Villa, we have been running summer matters in SCUSD for the last 10 years. So we are hoping that we will have a lot of interest from our teachers. In the past, youth development had teachers working in our programs. So we are counting on that. In case we do not have much interest from our teachers, we will still run a program which will be basically more focused on enrichment. We are also going to have contracts with some of those organizations who are arts focused, such as Sacramento Theater Company, Cracker Arts Museum, Clara Academy. They are our existing partners, and we are going to have contracts with those partners for summer too. So in case if we don't have interest from teachers, then we will run an art-based enrichment program, and we have plans.
And what I will also mention, Member Villa, is we would then just make adjustments in terms of the sizing or the size of the cohorts. We are hoping that we have sufficient numbers of teachers to still follow through on the brief that our staff mentioned from Annenberg. This is a research-based form of tutoring, if you will, and the smaller the group, the better. But of course, we would make adjustments based on interest of staff and the number of staff that we could employ at each of our school sites. I'm hopeful that even as we made mention of the number of sites that we are planning for now, it's based on kind of historical trends, how many schools we've done summer programming at. But when Ms. Cower mentioned that it's still dependent on staff, I'm certainly hopeful that it'll go upward, not downward. So I'm hopeful that that is kind of the minimum number of schools that we might serve, because I think that this is a program that would benefit students at many more of our school sites as well. So.
Thank you.
Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It's exciting on how, of all these potential opportunities, but I know that the big sort of deciding factor is how much workforce is available, and understandably, the workforce is burnt out. So trying to figure out how do we support, how do we acknowledge and support that burnout to, mitigate the burnout, but also how do we incentivize the workforce to come back for 1 or 2 sessions of summer school. So I think that's really important. I have a couple of questions. One, it's on slide 9. Elementary and middle school programs will tentatively operate from 8 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. So that's like a full day, right? So I think other programs that I have learned about, they're not operating full day. I'm just trying to figure out what the balance between academic and enrichment is with a full day program.
Yeah, that's a great question. If either Mr. Turkey, Ms. Coward can just kind of break down the schedule of those hours, I think it will make a lot more sense to our board members and to our community members.
Yeah. So students, staff will start coming to the school site. When I say staff, CBO staff, our community partners, they will come like around 7:15, 8 o'clock will be the breakfast time. Then at that time, from 8 to 8:30, students will have breakfast. They will have some social emotional learning activities, mingle with each other, conversations. And according to the plans, as I mentioned, that we are counting that we will be able to hire teachers. So teachers will have prep time from 8 to 8:30, and then students will go to their teachers. Then there will be a break in the middle, and then there will be another session of tutoring. Around 11:30, students will come back to multipurpose room. and then they will have lunch. They will have plenty of play, mingling with their peers, and then that will be for 45 minutes. After that, they are not going to do any academics after 11:30 to 12:15 will be lunch. And then after 12:15, it's all enrichment. It's all arts, play, arts, painting, drawing. So that's the day. And we have thought about ending it around 2:30. So because then 3 o'clock is the hottest time of the day. So.
Okay. So it's half the day academics, and that's good to hear. And then another question, I recall from the last presentation that there was going to be quite a bit of sort of decision making at the school site level. So can you help me connect what's before us to that, thinking?
That's a good question. Thank you, Member Garcia. This approach will feel more centralized because we are working with our community-based organizations and think of it a little bit as kind of a longer, maybe more refined version of our learning hubs in terms of the high dosage tutoring, training our teachers so that is really effective, and then providing additional supports through our community-based organizations. And then, as Ms. Kaur mentioned, at the end of the program every day, having personal development, other activities that are being organized and coordinated by our community-based organizations. So that requires a little bit more centralized coordination to make sure that it's happening the same way throughout the district. So I would say it might be best to think of it a little bit more like the learning hubs with more refinements in that, as you know, we had several community-based organizations operating those learning hubs, but when you visited them, they felt very similar, if you will, in terms of the approach to maintaining health and safety standards and those kinds of things.
Okay. So because it's in partnership with community-based organizations, we want a more systematic way of delivering the enrichment across school sites.
Correct.
And then I think my last question is going to one of the comments about the number of students that we hope to serve so that we know what the workforce is. I'm just trying to figure out, how do we identify those students, and can we do that earlier? And then are we just going to identify those students based on academic need, or are we also going to identify students who may be struggling social, emotional, but they're okay on academics? So a summer program would be beneficial to those students as well. So just trying to figure out how broad we're going to be able to, how broadly we're going to be able to identify those students.
So
again, go ahead, Mr. Turkey.
Yeah, I mean, so I can jump in there. So the identification of students actually isn't done really by academic need. It's really done through AB 86. So we're looking at our homeless or foster students, our English learner students, our students with disabilities, or our disengaged students. And just to add a little bit more context as well, at each of the sites, we'd be looking at serving about 80 students. So if we multiply that out at K through 8, we're looking at around 2,000 students, which we'd be having capacity for. And I'd just like to add a little bit more context around the academic versus enrichment kind of balance, which we're talking about. Ms. Kaur spoke that in the afternoon it's going to be purely enrichment. And we also spoke about some of the high dosage tutoring being dependent upon teachers. So during the 8:30 to 11:45 timeframe, there's going to be a CBO person called a team lead who's going to be running that portion. And then this is where we inject teachers. Okay, so if there's less teachers, then there's less pull-out tutoring during that time. But during that time, the first 45 minutes of each of those sessions is really just going to be focused on community building, community circles, that type of thing. Really focusing in on identity, belonging, and agency. Okay. And then the last 30 minutes, again, is focused on identity, belonging, and agency, and in a kind of a closing community. And so that leaves the option of about 3 45-minute sessions where the teacher can pull out 3 or 4 students at a time and do that real intensive tutoring, which will be totally academic. Okay, weaving in the SEL at the same time. But if you're asking for the balance, it's almost like that 8:30 to 11:45 time is really meeting students' social and emotional and academic needs. But it's not kind of full on academics all of that time, if that makes sense. It's just those pull out tutoring, which is intensive for 45 minutes. So I hope that adds just a little bit more context.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Garcia. So, I mean, it goes without saying. First off, I just want to thank our highly qualified, caring staff for putting together a plan for our students. It goes without saying that there has been so much learning loss during this year of COVID, right? That our students are so far behind that they need us. They need that learning loss to catch up for future years, to catch up if they're in elementary school, to catch up to be able to make it through middle school, or in middle school trying to catch up for high school, or just trying to be able to catch up to graduate. I have to admit to you, when we got to slide 17, and I'm going to try not to get too emotional here, it brought back a very raw memory, for me. My own child had a very similar transcript to this, of having 1D her freshman year, and it was not caught. And this was pre-COVID, right? And her senior year, she applied for UC's, all over, and she received denial notice after denial notice after denial notice. And I find it interesting that here we are, we're wearing our green ribbons, we're talking about Mental Health Awareness Month. I can tell you firsthand as a parent what type of thing this does to the mental awareness of our children. And this is why we need to work so hard to be able to get them caught up. So just thank you for putting so much work and caring about our children, of getting them caught up. So with that, I don't have any questions for you. I just wanted to say thank you, because I when I got to that slide, I felt, like I said, very, very emotional. So I know that this one is probably, way better than a lot of our students. I mean, this is a flourish of A's and 1D. I guarantee that there's probably a lot of our students that are very far behind. So I know that, if I remember right, it's, if they fail 2 classes, chances are of them graduating are far to none. So I know that they need to catch up during the summer school with the credit recovery to be able to graduate and succeed in life. So just thank you for all of your work with this. So,
President Pritchett, can I just also interject there? Because I do want to just acknowledge that that's just one example of how our team uses data to make sure that we're addressing the needs of our students. As you can see in that particular case, we need to make sure that we don't miss that one deficiency, because the student is already a senior, and we may have thought that, okay, well, that happened their freshman year, but in fact, it does have a very big impact in terms of eligibility. But since you acknowledged some of our staff, I do want to just in particular acknowledge Manpreet Kaur and her team. The last time we presented on our thoughts for summer programming, we were not thinking of this framing of having this kind of partnership with our CBOs. But because she works so closely with CBOs and operates all of the programming with our service providers, from that board meeting to this one. She has really taken this on and demonstrated her capacity and her expertise in advancing this work. It's a very different framing, and I'm very confident that we will be able to pull it off as long as we have interested staff, as you heard throughout the presentation. So thank you, Ms. Cower.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Cower. And I'm happy to report, my daughter is thriving, found a career that she absolutely loves as a first responder, but that's not the case for a lot of our students when they I don't want to say fail out of our system, but we failed them in our system. And so thank you for catching these, and thank you for working hard to be able to move them forward. All right. Thank you, staff. All right. 10.0, board workshop, strategic plan, and other initiatives. 10.1, approval of general obligation bonds, election of the 2012 Measure Q 2021 Series G in the maximum principal amount of $77.1 million to be issued by the County of Sacramento on behalf of the Sacramento City Unified School District. Hi, Ms. Ramos. Nice to actually see you in front of us live.
Would you like me to begin, or Rose, do you want to?
Should I repeat that? Okay, good evening, board members, superintendent. Presenting this item tonight will be our financial advisor, Dale Scott, and he has a very brief PowerPoint for you. And this will start now. Dale.
Thank you. Good evening. And also with me is Meredith Johnson, who serves as bond counsel for the district. 4 quick slides to help you understand these 2 resolutions in front of you. The first 10.1 authorizing an additional sale, the final sale of your series of bonds from that year, and the second, the refinancing of a series of bonds that was issued some time ago. The first slide, on slide 2, remember that the underlying power and repayment of these bonds comes from the assessed valuation of the district. That's all of the private property within the district, single-family homes, apartments, residential, commercial, industrial. And as that assessed valuation grows, the tax base increases and the cost of the individual taxpayer goes down. It's also an indicator of financial health for the entire community and region. You can see this district has had very strong growth since approximately 2012. Over the last 20 years, the assessed valuation of this district has grown by almost 5% per year. In the last 5 years, it's grown by 7% a year. So it's a very robust economy right now. If we can go to the next slide, please. This slide shows projected tax rates for all of the 4 elections that have been held in the last 20 years and bonds have been issued. This does not include bonds that have not been issued. For example, the bond measure that was just passed by voters in the year 2020. And this is an estimate of the amount that will be paid by individual taxpayers per $100,000 of assessed valuation, and they're color-coded by the various measures. So remember, even though I said that the growth had been robust in the past 5, 10, 15 years, going anywhere between 5 and 7% per year, we've been pretty conservative on these projections. After a few years of assuming it still goes up at 5, we've brought it down to a growth rate of 3.5% per year for the next 20 years or so. So if assessed valuation continues to grow at the faster amount, at 5% or 6% per year, longer than we believe, these tax rates are going to fall even more. So they'll be lower as the years go on. That's one way we can bring tax rates down. Next slide, please. The second way we can bring tax rates down is by refinancing existing bonds, similar to the refinancing of a home mortgage or any other type of loan. Each of the bonds that are now outstanding, that have already been issued, have been issued by the district, they have a date associated with them at which time they can be refinanced. And that term is, you can see that on the right-hand side of this table, that term is the call date, the date those bonds can be called back and refinanced. That is what is happening with the 2011 bonds, which were also a refunding or a refinancing. These will be refinanced into lower interest rates, and the savings from that refinancing will then go back to taxpayers and have even lower tax rates. We just have to keep our eye on the years. We can't do these under federal law. We can't do them in advance of that call date, although that may change someday. But right now, we just have to keep our eye on those dates as they come through and refinance them to the extent the interest rates allow it. So that's the second way we can lower costs to taxpayers. And that is associated with your resolution under item 10.2. Next slide, please. Then going back to item 10.1, these are the outstanding tax rates that I showed you in the previous slide. 10.1 will be the last series of bonds from Measure Q. Under that election, you told voters that there would be a maximum tax rate of $44 per $100,000 of assessed valuation. So we want to hold to that. And so these bonds will be issued and amortized over about a 25-year period. That's what you see in the blue. It will be a small incremental increase in the overall tax rate per $100,000. And we're hoping that as these refinancings occur, that will continue to go down. So that was a whirlwind presentation. I wanted to keep it short, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. We don't have any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Okay, perfect. Any board comments, questions? Member Garcia?
Yes, thank you for that presentation. It was helpful. I do have two clarifying questions. So the issue before us is issuing a round of bond sales, correct?
One series of bonds, yes.
Okay, so the refinance part, is that before us as well, or that it is?
It is. That's 10.2.
So the savings from that refi goes back to the taxpayers, or does the district get to keep those savings and, I guess, spend those dollars according to the bond measure?
It goes back to the taxpayers.
To the taxpayers. Okay, so taxpayers will get a check from the district because of the refi.
Not exactly. Taxpayers will receive a lower tax rate going forward, so that'll be a credit to their tax bill.
Got it. Okay, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
Any other board comments or questions? No? Okay. Rose, can you just, can you tell me, I know we've had a lot of talks in the past about our credit rating. And can you just kind of tell us a little bit about how our credit rating affects these bonds and the refinance of them?
Yes, and as it's stated in the executive summary, because we have received a negative certification and our budgets have been disapproved, we have to go through another layer of approval. And so after our board approves these resolutions, then we will submit these to the Sacramento County. And they will have to go through the similar process through their own board to issue the bonds on our behalf. We can no longer issue them. And Dale, please correct me if I, missed a step there in that process.
No, that's correct. The only other piece of the puzzle is, as a board member asked, these will also go to one of the rating agencies to be rated. The most important piece of the puzzle is going to be the first slide that I showed you. What is the overall economy of the area? Because these are going to be paid back by taxpayers. But they do look at the district's underlying finances also. And I think it would be remiss to say that that's not going to be an issue. I think they'll take a very hard look at the district and its credit. I'm optimistic that the rating will hold, but I do not believe that we're going to be able to sidestep some very tough questions.
Yeah, and if I remember right, it's been quite some time since we pulled from this bond, correct?
I believe the last series of bonds was in 2019.
Okay. It's been a few years. Member Garcia, did you have another question?
I do. I just wanted to know, at what point do we see a project list of projects in the queue that would be associated with this bond sale?
With the remaining amounts?
Correct.
That is really a question for your CBO.
Ms. Ramos.
Is it on? Okay. Yes, we have a project list that we will be sharing with you all shortly. And of course, it is in compliance with the bond language. And then with projects that were already in the queue from a couple of years ago, we got to remember that we're a little delayed. We should have done this probably early last year, but with COVID, everything kind of got suspended. So we're resuming that now. And so we'll be sharing that with you shortly.
Okay, we're looking forward to seeing that for sure. All right, this is an action item. So if there's no other comments or questions, student preferential vote.
Do you need a motion?
Oh, we need a motion. Yes, we need a motion. Second. All right, student preferential vote.
Aye.
I'm trying to move this forward a little too fast. Superintendent roll call.
Yes, Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia. Member Villa.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Okay, the second one, don't go anywhere. Approval of 2021 general obligation refunding bond and a maximum principal amount of $38 million to be issued by the Sacramento City Unified School District to refund the 2011 bonds of the district.
And this is just the other part of this transaction. This is what Dale Scott just spoke to, the refunding, like the refinancing, to save taxpayers approximately $4 million in tax fees. Any questions?
So any other questions? Can I get a motion? All right, second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Superintendent roll call?
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Morales, Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramos. Have a good night. Okay, item 10.3, adopt resolution number 3203, resolution regarding proposed decision of the administrative law judge and implementing certificated layoffs. Hi, Ms. McCarn, how are you?
Hi, good, thank you. How are you?
Great.
Okay. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Aguilar. We are here to talk with you about the resolution 3203 regarding final layoff notices. And next slide, please. We wanted to be able to spend some time to talk about the process, because while it's difficult to anytime be talking about layoffs, it's certainly difficult to be talking about layoffs now. We want to make sure that the process is clear and answer any questions that we can. And Ms. Ramos will be with me to answer some of those budget-related pieces as needed. So I'm going to talk about the budget development staffing process, which you heard about in February, you heard about last year. We'll review that. We will talk February through May, what's happened, as well as the May recommendations, both from the administrative law judge as well as from the district. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in terms of the budget development process, in the past, you may have heard it referred to as the one-stop staffing. So in terms of this particular piece of the budget development process, there are a number of things that take place with both school sites and departments. First, staffing allocations are sent in December from the business office based on enrollment projections, based on all the things that they take into account. And then site administrators and department leaders take that information, they engage with stakeholders, and then they come back and they participate in the meeting, the budget development staffing meeting. During that meeting, Again, they're coming in based on the allocation information that they received from the district in December. They've made decisions. They've determined particular needs. They come in, they have that meeting that takes place with human resources, the business office, their instructional assistant superintendent. And that, although it is one meeting, one point in time, it is part of a larger process. So the adjustment that we have made last year was that there is an opportunity for ongoing feedback. So you'll see that in a number of slides, that even though we're talking about this right here, right now, there are opportunities for change and feedback throughout the entire process. Those feedback loops, as I mentioned. Go ahead, next slide. The integrated approach, meaning that there is a team from 6 or 7 departments that meet to review that, to look at enrollment numbers, to look at needs, to look at whatever changing dynamics might be at play. So this timeline, which I thought would be helpful to show, because there's just so many moving parts. And again, it's certainly not, it's a difficult thing to understand, and it is part of an additional trying time given the pandemic and where we're at. But what I described basically is what's on that slide, starting in December with the allocations, moving into January. And I want to put it in terms of what you have seen. So those meetings from the previous slide that I just described, those take place in January and February. The meetings with that cross-departmental group are taking place. And then at the end of those meetings, so if we go to February, they're in the middle. At the end of those meetings, HR works with budget and takes that information and says, okay, as a district, we noticed that these number of positions in this particular subject area or credential area are being closed. This number is being turned into something else. This number is being opened. And that information is what we used to bring forward the initial board resolution that you saw in February for the preliminary notices, the first level. And that was driven, really it's driven by Ed Code, because prior to March 15th, the district has the obligation to notice teachers, give them a warning that potentially their services may not be needed for the following year. So the board did that. The district did meet its March 15th Ed Code deadline. What's happened since then, in March, we were able to, as I said, actually complete the analysis to determine, even though somebody's position closed, it didn't mean that specific person was going to get a notice. If they had enough seniority or if they had other credential areas, they had some options, and it meant somebody else was going to be noticed, even if their position was still going to be there. In April, we had a layoff hearing with an administrative law judge with all of the individuals who unfortunately received that initial March 15th notice who requested a meeting. If they requested a meeting, we had one in April, and now we are here in May with the decision from that hearing from the administrative law judge. And we're here before you now because we have another timeline-driven decision to make. Prior to May 15th, the district has to send final layoff notices. And the final layoff notice means that there will not be a position for the next school year at this time, given what we know right now. That doesn't mean it can't change, but it means that if the final notice isn't given, then there's not another opportunity to give that notice. So if we can go to the next slide. To just bring us back to help try to connect what you're going to do or what's going to be before you for consideration tonight to where we came from. At the February 18th meeting, there was a resolution that had 132.5 FTE before you. Some of them were vacant because, of course, we look at vacant positions first that aren't going to affect an individual person. There were some adult ed positions that were on that list, and then the rest were K-12 teachers, some multiple subjects, some single subject, various credential areas. And that totaled that 132.05 FTE. So after the board decision on the 18th, February 18th to approve, we went back, did the analysis, because remember, it's not the specific person in that position. So we had to figure out the who and the how many, because we were counting anticipated attrition. So even though the board authorized us to reduce 132.5 FTE, we determined we really only needed to send out 64 notices to individuals to meet that. And that's still a lot. I don't want to make it sound like it's not a lot. It absolutely is. But it was 64, not 132. So we met the deadline, sent out the notices, and if we can go to the next slide. Of the 64 notices that were sent, as I mentioned, we were able to account for vacancies, what we knew of attrition, meaning who had actually turned in a resignation or retirement as of then, and what we anticipated. So even though we didn't have enough resignation and retirements for special education or for the math, we still didn't notice because we know those are hard to fill positions. We are going to need them. And so we didn't notice. And you approved that skipping criteria that allowed us to do that. So the employees who received that initial notice, preliminary notice prior to March 15th, they had the right and the opportunity to say, we would like a hearing. We want to make sure you did that correctly. We want to make sure that the seniority was appropriately counted, or we don't think you did it correctly and you have the wrong seniority information. So they had that right to a hearing. If we go ahead and turn our next slide. So the hearing took place actually on April 22nd. And what we found is that the individuals of the 64, right, because that's what it was for the March 15th notices, of those 64 employees that received a preliminary layoff notice, 39 of them requested a hearing. So of the 39 that participated in some way in the hearing, those are the ones that you will see in the ALJ's, the administrative law judge's decision. But we're still accounting for the others just because they didn't request a hearing, right? So in advance of the hearing, which was heard by Administrative Law Judge Heather Rowan, there was a pre-hearing conference with the attorneys representing those 39 individuals who requested a hearing. And through that process, because we knew at that point there's still a little bit more attrition, if there were anything that was missed, that was an opportunity for us to say, you know, we are just going to pull this back because of whatever the various reasons. And so that conversation got brought into the hearing, which happened the next day on the 22nd. So at the hearing, the judge then, instead of taking 2 days, which was scheduled for a 2-day hearing, was able to complete it in 1 day. And it was very limited because we had already, agreed that the skipping was done appropriately, or that whatever the situation was. So she had a limited scope of what to look at for the legal components of that. The hearing took place, and I'll tell you a little bit more detail, but that took place on the 22nd, and we received the final decision on the 30th. It was dated on the 28th. We actually received it on the 30th. If you would go to the next slide, please. So as part of the hearing, as we said, right, 64 employees unfortunately received the preliminary notices. We met the deadline, but they did. 39 requested a hearing. We had the hearing, and some of the agreements, and you see it in Exhibit B of what was in the board agenda, included us rescinding 18 notices. It's actually 17.9 FTE, but that's 18 people that now won't, we are not asking you to allow us to issue final layoff notices. We said, those 18 now don't need to have that take place. In addition, we were able to determine that 3 teachers who we had on there was an agreement that they would teach in an alternate credential area that they had. So even though they were initially by us laid off from multiple subject, because they had additional credentials and they agreed, we were able to say, okay, instead of teaching in a multiple subject, you will teach English because you also have an English credential and you're willing to do that. You will teach science because you have a credential and you special ed. So those 3 were also included in what we agreed to. In addition, the decision included some resolution around jurisdiction and seniority, some more legal pieces in there that you can read in the decision. But the final layoff notices to be sent would be, we started with the 63, we're taking away from the 39 that requested it. We're going to take 18 away from that. And so it will be the remaining of that plus those that did not request a hearing at all. If we go to the next slide, this is a breakdown of what it looks like. So 21 teachers, and they are a variety of subject areas, and they will receive the final layoff notices. Teachers who did not timely request a hearing, also a variety of subject areas, they will also receive a final layoff notice should the board approve this resolution. So that's a total of 44. 44 final layoff notices anticipated should this be approved as it currently stands right now. And we broke down the areas in that longer part. So you can specifically see the credential areas of those 44, the majority of which are multiple subject. We still have 26 multiple subject teachers who will, if approved, be receiving a final layoff notice. Now, even though we're here today because May 15th is the deadline, May 15th is the Saturday, they have to have it before that. We need to be able to make sure that we deliver it to them during various attempts that they have it so that we meet that timeline. That said, there is continuous opportunity for additional rescissions. If there's more attrition, appropriate attrition, it has to be appropriate, right? Because it has to be the credential area that was laid off. If there's additional funding identified, enrollment increases, all of those things would mean we need to hire more staff. We would have vacancies based on those. Please continue to the next slide. So of the 44 final layoff notices that per ed code must be issued before the May 15th, that slide prior broke down the subject areas. You can see it a little bit clearer here if you wanted to, exactly which school sites they were at. Next slide, please. And the last slide, I just want to take a moment to say, so the district, based on the information available, is recommending approval of the resolution 3203. And if the board approves, then the district would move forward to prepare final layoff notices and get them to the affected staff. So given the actions to this point, and after we prepare letters for those in the judge's decision, as well as those that didn't request a hearing, we would ensure to be able to do that timely. The current known vacancies, and just number 3 talks a little bit about the overall staffing process and what's going to happen from now. So we do have current vacancies. We have current vacancies, and we have between what was posted, what has been posted, as well as what we anticipate being posted, some of which will even post tomorrow, but they're not in the layoff areas. They are positions for internal movement. So our contract says that we first need to do let staff who is wanting to take positions at other sites have first opportunity to do that. So it's a little bit of musical chairs, sort of, because we're going to fill them with people coming in for surplus, but there's still going to be those same vacancies. So once we know after that surplus opportunity where 86 or so teachers are going to come in and say, I'd like, based on seniority, I want this one, I want that one. After they do that part of the process, and these are positions for next year, then we're going to be able to say, okay, here's what we're left with. Now we know what it is, because all the people who had rights to a position for next year now have chosen a position for next year. And if there are positions, the positions that are left, the first place we look to fill them is from the rehire list. And that's a list that's generated from individuals who have received layoff notices in past and current. So we currently do have people on a rehire list from last year's layoff in multiple subject, in other credential areas. So before we post anything for external, we would look to the rehire list, again, which will include anyone who's on there past and current, and offer them the position. Because of course we want to have teachers who have been in our schools and who, who love our children, and layoffs are not based on performance. It's not based on anything other than not having a need in a particular credential area and seniority. So it is seniority and credentials that drives that. Throughout the entire process, the last part that I'll say, unless it would be helpful for me to say more, is that should enrollment, appropriate attrition, because attrition in one of these areas that we are reducing, additional funding be identified, layoff notices can be rescinded and are rescinded from now up through until there is nobody left on that rehire list. So it will go on for 24 months, for 39 months. It will go on, and at least for that time period, until we have nobody left on the rehire list to offer a position to. So number 3 is in there just to say a little bit about what happens next. It's not necessarily related to your action tonight, because tonight is just looking at the 44 individuals who will receive a final layoff notice if the resolution is approved. The next slide is questions or comments.
All right. I believe we have 2 live public comments.
Yes, we do. The first speaker is Allison French-Toubeau.
Greetings, board and superintendent and staff. It's always sad to see layoffs. I know that since CBO Ramos has arrived, she has led a lot of work to improve the process and accuracy of enrollment and budget projections, which go hand in hand to drive hiring and layoffs, along with analysis from human resources on attrition and credentialing. I appreciate Chief Human Resources Officer McCarn presenting on what in the process has or is being improved to ensure that positions lost to layoff aren't positions that have to be filled for the next year. But when I look ahead in the agenda to item 12.1, showing enrollment for non-charter schools is below 39,000, I don't have hopes for much hiring next year. I hope that all the stakeholders understand that what is offered to families does drive enrollment, and that in turn drives how many staff will be needed by the district. Again, the district exists to serve students. That's the whole reason it exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment.
Our next speaker is Rich Vasquez.
Good evening, Mr. Vasquez.
Good evening, everyone. Again, thank you for the time. Thank you for the presentation. It's more, it's just a system thing. It's easy to understand. But again, this system thing is really affecting me, over at Hiram Johnson. Again, I look at our SARCs, 18 teacher vacancies in 5 years. all during a school improvement grant. So, every year I'm going to come up here and try to talk about teacher vacancy. One of the main things I think, we have to develop relationships with our parents and our families. And if we keep having turnover, one year we had 30% turnover over at Hiram Johnson. I mean, you keep rotating through people. I mean, we're never going to build those relationships and have a long-term dedication to the school, to the site, to the kids, because we keep rotating through people. You talk about the culture and climate. Well, the culture and climate at Johnson, right, is we keep rotating through people. So who do we know we're going to have next year? Again, my kid lived the teacher vacancy last year. We had 7 teachers. So again, I know we're improving. But again, it's a system thing. It's giving me anxiety. Again, I'm going to come up here next year, and then we're going to be wishing we had teachers, and we need these people. What the definition of surplus is an amount of something left over when requirements have been met, in excess of a project or supply or demand. One of the teachers that we're losing, I feel it's an asset used for a valuable thing. They joined the PTA. They were right off top, So again, they're already showing dedication to the school site, and then you just say, hey, we don't need you no more. Maybe we'll need you. Again, this affects our families. We've got 80% attendance rate right now, right? So do we not think that this stuff is not affecting the kids, the families? We keep going. There's another teacher. Again, communication, relationships. This matters for your most needed help students. I don't wish anyone to live what my child lives freshman year. And if this stuff is happening freshman year, how do you think these parents and families feel? Are you dedicated to the students and want us to succeed? So again, I know it's a system thing, but I'm going to come up here every year until we have a full staff and we're ready to go. And so we can support each other, our schools and sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. That was the last public speaker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, perfect. Before I ask for comments from my colleagues, I'd just like to make a following amendment to Resolution 3203 regarding the certificated layoffs. Specifically, my change relates to the parent participation preschool. Just a little background, as you know, my family was part of the parent participation preschool, and I have spoken about it many times on this dais. And we were with our beloved Miss Anita. This program has helped my daughter helped her prepare for her big step into kindergarten. She was able to get in when she was 3 and stay until she was 5. She was prepared for kindergarten when she got there. The memories that we have from this program will last a lifetime. As we welcome back our students into our classrooms once again, programs like this are going to be more important than ever to our families, especially as parents are looking for resources while they go back into the workforce. So I want to thank all the parents and past participants and staff that have reached out to me personally. I applaud the efforts of our parents. But I have to tell you, we cannot be talking about this program year after year. We need to do something about it. And so I know the district values this program and it has been working on solutions to make this program self-sustaining. As a result of the coordination between the district staff and parents in this program, we expect to have the commitment of enough parents enrolling into this program and paying the program fees to allow the program to continue and be self-sustaining. So thank you for that staff working on this. The decision of the ALJ upheld the district's practices in establishing and sending preliminary layoff notices. It also confirmed a list of employees who, after receiving a preliminary layoff notice and requesting a hearing, may properly be issued a final layoff notice. The decision does not require the district to issue those final layoff notices, but instead confirms that the district should move forward with final notices to those individuals, such notices as would be appropriate. So I would like the resolution to be clear that while we are adopting the decision of the ALJ, due to the commitment by parents to make the program self-sustaining, we are not initiating final layoff notices to the certificated employees listed on attachment C from the parent participation preschool program, which represents the rescission of 2.0 FTA. So just to be clear, my proposed amendments are as follows. insert a new whereas clause at the end that states, whereas the board considered the parent participation preschool program and the commitment of parents to enroll in sufficient numbers to make it self-sustaining and determined to rescind an additional 2.0 FTE layoffs in this area and remove the names of Paula Van Laar and Tamara Toby from attachment C. I want to make sure that I hear from all of my colleagues, so I'm not going to put a motion on the table at this moment. I just wanted to make sure I put that out there. So with that, I will take board comment. Member Garcia.
Well, when appropriate, I will support that because a lot of work went into finding a sustainable funding model with parents, the teachers, and some of us board members. That happened, and staff too. They worked really hard. That happened about 2 years ago, and then COVID happened. So I think it's unfair that that those two positions were part of this list, because had it not been for COVID, I think we would not be having this conversation. So I do hope that under the new funding model, it is self-sustaining moving forward, and we no longer talk about it in this context. So I just want to share that. I do have a couple of questions, though. So these are never easy because just because people are attached to these FTEs. But I also understand why we have to sometimes make these tough decisions. But in terms of the assumptions being made in December, and when this whole budget process starts, which is something that happens every year, the process has been vastly improved since the findings from FICMAT, right? That was back in December of 2018. That was my first meeting. So I want to acknowledge that. And I think year after year it becomes more accurate in terms of identifying the need and identifying the actions that need to be taken. But in terms of those assumptions, one key assumption is enrollment. And I know that our district on average declines about 200, a little bit over 200 students declining enrollment. So I think some of the more recent numbers, though, that we've seen has this year, we decline in enrollment by about 1,300 students. So I'm wondering which number was used in terms of where we're at today, because I think there's also an effort to recapture a vast majority of those students for next year. So I just kind of need to understand how how all of that connects.
Sure. And I think our CBO Ramos is standing by so she can help very specifically with the assumptions used for the budget allocations that were sent to sites in December.
Yeah, what we did, Member Garcia, it was a kind of a unique year to develop our enrollment projections because of COVID. So we did assume that we were going to recoup the majority of our students back. So we did not use this year as a base year because it would have probably not been the best enrollment numbers to use, knowing that maybe some families opted not to enroll their kinder students and so forth. So we gave the benefit of the doubt of using our prior year and then applying our trend of enrollment decline that we had been seeing somewhere between 1.5% and 2.5%. So, of course, it's a big risk, right? Because if those students don't return, then that means we may be overstaffed. But what we did not want to do is also reduce those enrollment numbers too low and then reduce our staffing. And so then it would be a scramble to try to rehire should we recoup. So, and the other reason we did this, not just because of course hope, but what we did recognize is that when we made that effort back in December to increase our UPP count, our unduplicated pupil count, when we noticed that percentage had dropped pretty low in October, and just simply a reach out to our over that winter break resulted in us recuperating all of those applications and getting our rate back up to 71%. We recognize that same thing can hold for our students and bringing them back to school in the fall. And we've already seen that. For example, I can tell you that Decision Insight, the firm that we use to assist us with enrollment projections, they did use our current year and move that forward and then applied a small decline to that. Well, we did start with that, but then, as I said, we used our own internal numbers based also on our pre-registration numbers. We are seeing an uptick in those numbers that is quite different than what Decision Insight has to the positive. And we're still continuing to see those numbers climb, and we will continue to provide updates on that. So, we are going to expect to see those enrollment numbers increase over the next few months. And of course, as you know, this is really common in a lot of districts. There are many families who choose to or wait to enroll kinder students until sometimes right before school starts. So we should see a little bit of another pickup there right around in August. And so we're continuing to monitor these numbers quite closely and then compare them to our staffing allocations. So.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm glad to hear that that the lower number, I guess, or more average number in terms of declining enrollment was used in terms of assumptions. So because it's been such a unique year in terms of where we're currently at, but good to hear that it's the enrollment is increasing, which means that maybe there's potentially later in the process where some of these final layoff notices can be rescinded as well, right? So, and just a couple more questions on the I'm looking at slide, the one with recommendations and next steps, the fourth step. So should enrollment increase, we just talked about, or additional appropriate attrition takes place? Can you tell me about the attrition sort of timeline? When attrition means what?
Attrition is a retirement or a resignation that comes in for the next school year.
So how late can that happen for the district, or how late does that normally happen for districts?
It happens year round. Actually, we had an incentive that is in the contract where if they let us know prior to February 1st, then there's a $1,500 stipend that they get over the summer. But that's exactly so that if in layoff years like this year, we know about it ahead of time, we can count that attrition and not issue a notice. But we will have retirement resignations come in at the end of the school year. There actually generally historically has been an uptick right near the end of the school year in June as school is ending. We even have them happen at the beginning of the school year. You may recall that in the past I have come and there have been, or you have asked me about vacancies that happened for the beginning of the school year. And while some we have known about, others, it was just 2 days before. It was just 1 day before. So those resignation retirements happen year round.
Okay, well, thank you. So that's something else, another variable that feeds into,
yes,
rescinding notices.
Yeah, in the specific credential area. So
correct.
Just that clarifier, right? If a resignation or retirement comes in an area, credential area we laid off, then absolutely we would be looking at the rehire list. We would be looking to rescind notices as appropriate.
Okay, so it has to be for a credential area. And then just two more questions. One is, or funding be identified. So in terms of funding being identified, this is probably for Rose. Can you talk a little bit about what that means relative to rescinding layoff notices?
The funding identified for the particular program? I want to make sure I understood the question.
Well, it says on here in number 4, sort of, I'm thinking this is in context of additional layoff notices may be rescinded. So one of those being that enrollment increases, that there's additional attrition that takes place, or that funding is identified.
And so I know that CBO Ramos can answer that, but I will just offer that the example that Board President Pritchett just shared at the beginning, right? Additional funding was identified so that in this case, 2 notices could be rescinded. So as just one example, and I'm sure CBO Ramos might have others.
No, that's correct, Conti. I was just trying to recall that, what it was. And then some cases where it can be, where I've seen where we do lay off is, let's say a grant expired, and we've not yet received word that that grant has been renewed. And sometimes over the summer, for whatever reason, this is very common with the federal government, there may be funds that are not fully expended, maybe statewide, and there might be a reallocation. And so we may get, a bump up or additional funding for another year of a particular grant, and in which case then a program can decide or a school site can decide to go ahead and bring back or fill that position again.
So I'm thinking of the parent who may ask, why are you laying off all these teachers? You have all this money from, this influx of money. So I'm just trying to figure out, the district is receiving an influx of money. I know they're one time and these are positions. So this is ongoing, funds. But at the same time, these, reduction in FTEs are because we have fewer students. So they're not necessarily related directly. So I'm just trying to figure out how might I be able to answer that?
Yeah, that's you're correct, Member Garcia. So even if we were not in this environment and we were not deficit spending, because this is not tied to deficit spending, this is tied to enrollment decline or natural enrollment decline, where we don't have the students for a teacher. So this is what this is primarily based on. And then, as you may recall, there's the different categories. There's those categories where the funding did expire and it was known up front, when this assignment was granted, that it had a termination date of 6/30/21. So that's very common as well. And then you have those other categories where sites themselves with their own site money also hire, supplemental teachers or staff for specific programs, and with the intention that it's only, for 1 year. And should they have the funding or should they have the need to continue with, then they certainly can do that. So this is not tied. And so as far as the COVID money is concerned, you're correct. It is one-time money, but it is restricted money. That's why you see it in the restricted column. The purpose behind COVID is to mitigate the spread of COVID and to address learning loss. So certainly if one of these positions can fall under one of those categories, and then know that it's a limited term assignment because these are limited funds, perhaps it can work that way. We've had a couple of those, and we've already been discussing that in past meetings, that there are some that certainly will qualify for the mitigating of the learning loss. And some of those, for example, are the counselors or even our learning hubs, and possibly some of our summer assignments that may fall under those categories. But again, those are all limited term assignments.
Got it. Thank you. And then my last question is the fiscal recovery plan that the board approved. How does this relate to what we're seeing here today? Because I think there's been they're separate but related. So I'm just hoping that you add a little bit of clarity as to what impact it has to what we're seeing today or not.
Yeah, no, two separate things. The fiscal recovery plan, as you may recall, Member Garcia, the board also directed the district to remove from the fiscal recovery plan several of those small schools and small programs. And they're all listed just for anyone's reference. It was presented at the February 4th board meeting. It's on page 9 of the PowerPoint, and it specifically states all of the schools and the FTE that was listed there. And those were removed from the fiscal recovery plan to be studied further in this coming year for a future decision. So if there are FTE attributed to these schools on this layoff list, those are simply due to enrollment and not the fiscal recovery plan. So two very separate things.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Are there any other board comments or questions? No? Okay, so with that, I move to adopt resolution number 3203 with the following two amendments. So I'll reiterate them so they're clear. First, to include the new whereas clause that states, whereas the board considered the parent participation preschool program and the commitment of parents to enroll in sufficient numbers to make it self-sustaining and determined to rescind an additional 2.0 FTE layoffs in this area. And second, deleting the names Paula Von Laer and Tamara Toby from attachment C. Can I get a second? All right, student preferential vote.
Aye.
All right, superintendent, roll call.
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Wu, Member Garcia, Member Villa.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, board, and thank you, Concy. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
All right, to item 10.4, local control accountability plan update. Welcome, Mr. Harris. And I believe we may have Stephen Ramirez-Fong online. All right, welcome to both of you. Your mic might not be on.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Oh, thank you. Evening, Board Member Pritchett, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris. I'm the Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability here for Sacramento City Unified School District. And I'll be joined this evening by Mr. Stephen Ramirez-Fong, our LCAP SIPSA coordinator. And we're just here tonight to give you an update on the LCAP process. In many respects, the LCAP process represents the tension between a marathon and a sprint. And so the marathon is really what we've talked about in March, as we talked about the work of our LCAP PAC, and it's looking at our student needs and then also input from other community stakeholder groups like our DLAC and CAC. And so in many respects, the LCAP goals that you'll see will reflect the benefits of the marathon, in which over a year of churn, if you will, in terms of understanding what are critical needs for our district. The sprint really applies to this season that we're in right now. And so tonight actually is the kickoff of a 4-part novella to some degree, which will be coming back 4 times until our June adoption on June 24th to give you updates. And so tonight is basically the first major update since you saw the kind of working draft in March. And what's important to note is that we've given more context to the goals, starting to give more context to the actions and the measurable outcomes. The piece that will evolve over the next 4 board meetings will be the budget piece, of course, as now we get the final numbers that make the LCAP itself come to life. And so that's really tonight is the kickoff of giving you a sense of where we stand right now. So this is a branding effect. And so in many respects, this is a joint venture and really a great idea from our communications team. You're seeing kind of the first product of this is how do we brand the LCAP? And why are we doing this? There's really 3 key themes that come out of this branding effort. One is accessibility. We've gotten feedback over the years that even though we have an LCAP website for our district, the LCAP itself is a pretty gangly document, has lots of information in it, lots of vetted information, but we also realize one of the greatest kind of issues we've had is accessibility to that information, because obviously it's not credible if you can't access it. And so the effort with our communications team is really strengthening around 3 key themes. One is accessibility of information, and that's partially where you see the branding is kind of the first step of that. But then 2, more and as important, but maybe more important, is understanding the information. So we're going to be spending more emphasis on how do we create ways of making our LCAP understandable for folks. And then 3rd, that enables accountability, so that when we're talking about our LCAP, we have the ability for folks to really feel like they are making informed observations, and they don't have to rely on staff to constantly translate all the working documents, which are important and required, frankly. But we realize that as we think about our community engaging with the LCAP, we've got to take more responsibility to build accessibility, understanding, and then the corresponding accountability. And so shout out to our communications team for the first launch of this with the branding. So we talk about these 2 things in every board meeting, and so obviously I won't read them to you, but the LCAP actually is meant to be one of those artifacts, which is the output of this. So if we do our LCAP well, you should see in many respects how and when we're going to resolve inequities in our system. And so that's a charge that, of course, we hear from the LCAP PAC, we hear from our CAC, we hear from our DLAC, we hear from the African American Advisory Board. And so ultimately that's a charge for us to make sure our LCAP represents this. Now, I'm not suggesting that we're there in a complete sense. We're still working to evolve to get there. But as we think of our artifacts of our system from an overall system perspective, our LCAP is one of the things that should document how we're applying the notion of disrupting inequities in our system and how we're fulfilling the guiding principle for our students. And you'll see that in the LCAP goals. So what is the LCAP? I think, obviously everyone knows that is our 3-year document. Many times folks will speak about it in the context of it being a strategic plan, and in many respects it is, because it speaks to our aspirations of the system. It speaks to what we think are going to be measurable outcomes based on student need, and it speaks to how we're going to monitor and see the impact. Probably the biggest distinction, though, one would make between a strategic plan and our LCAP is that the LCAP is grounded in the reality of our budget. And so ultimately, with the strategic plan, you can kind of change your assumptions to fit the context. In our LCAP, our funding is finite, and so we're constantly in that motion of thinking through the trade-offs that meet the needs of our students, that meets the feedback from our community, but also meets the reality of our budget. And that's where it's critical for us to constantly be in partnership with our fiscal department. So this just gives a summary of the density of the LCAP. And so as we think about what you'll be seeing in the final adoption, many of those things are the through lines. Like we had this year, the local control and local learning continuity and attendance plan. And really the ideas there will live in the LCAP. That was kind of the front end document, if you will, to our conversations about the LCAP goals. And so as I talk about the marathon and the sprint, that's part of the marathon, and that we've had significant time to look at our LCA plan and think about ways to integrate it. And then also as we think about the sprint we're in right now, we're just basically trying to integrate that, which had a lot of good information, of course, and good suggestions, along with current reality of where our district is as we think about distance learning, and then ultimately taking feedback from our community stakeholders. With that, I'll transition the presentation now to Mr. Stephen Ramirez-Fong.
Thank you, Chief Harris, and good evening, Board, Superintendent, and members of the community. So this table just shows some of the information that will be included in that first component that Chief Harris just spoke to, the budget overview for parents. It is important to note that these numbers are from second interim. We don't have the finalized numbers for the proposed budget as of yet, but it does give you a sense of what our overall budget is and where our different revenue streams come from. We'd also note that that supplemental and concentration grant line is italicized because it is part of the $426 million, not in addition to. So this just gives the community, again, a high-level sense of what our budget looks like. That is the intent of the LCFF budget overview for parents. And when those final numbers are available, that will be at the top of our LCAP, and it will have those pie charts and those graphs that we're accustomed to seeing at the front of our overall LCAP document. Next slide, please. This is really similar to what we shared in March. And for the public in our listening sessions, we've really been trying to communicate where we've been in the past 6-7 years, our prior LCAP goal areas, and also where we're going, highlighting our new LCAP goal areas. And as Chief Harris noted, the stakeholder feedback over the past year and beyond, particularly through the learning continuity and attendance plan process, really has been what's informed these goals. We believe there's a strong through line from stakeholder input to the goal statements, as well as from our core value and our guiding principle to the goal statements. Overall, they collectively identify, the need that has been called out by stakeholders to address inequitable outcomes. We know that these have persisted over time, and we know that they've persisted for certain student groups, like our English learners, our foster youth, our homeless youth, our students with disabilities, African-American students, American Indian, and Alaska Native students, and also our Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander students. And so the key theme you're going to see throughout the goals as we dig into them is that we're looking at, and this was actually mentioned in the PAC statement earlier tonight, how do we equitably distribute resources in a way that's most effective and more effective for those student groups and other students with highest needs. And again, that's really what Chief Harris spoke to, which is how do we make our core value and our guiding principle come to life inside of our LCAP. Next slide, please. Before we dig into the goals, we did just want to share that an important part of the LCAP is noting how stakeholder input has influenced the development itself. And this is something that we're going to certainly get into more on May 20th in the full presentation about stakeholder input. But just here, the short list shows that, really from top to bottom in the LCAP, and starting with those goals, this new LCAP really has been built around a lot of the stakeholder feedback that we've seen, as well as, of course, the staff planning that's in place. And so as we go through the goals, I think you will see those connection points as we talk about some of the metrics that have been introduced or modified. You'll see those connection points, and we know that will echo into the next presentation on the 20th as well. Next slide, please.
Oh, you need to take a pause.
Oh, sure.
Sorry to interrupt. We have to extend the meeting. It is 10:30 on the dot. And so if I can get a motion to extend the meeting till midnight, let's hope we don't need that long.
Moved.
All right. Student preferential vote. All right. All in favor, say aye. Go right ahead. Sorry.
All right. Mr. Ramirez-Fong, you're okay?
Sorry
If I go to the
about
next
that,
slide?
Stu.
Yes, next slide, please. So, we did present our goals, those initial goals in March, as Chief Harris noted. There are some additions and some revisions. And so we're presenting them again here this evening. Each slide will show you the current state of the goal, as well as some examples of actions and metrics. I do want to emphasize that we had, of course, the limitation of the slide size. These are just a few of the actions and metrics that are inside of each goal. We would definitely encourage stakeholders, the public, to go and look at the backup document that has, of course, the LCAP template itself with all of the actions and metrics included. So just again, we're just going to feature each one here to give a sense of where we're at. This is not certainly comprehensive of the entire LCAP document. Goal 1 is that goal that is very directly aligned to our equity, access, and social justice guiding principle. I would really point out here and highlight this notion in that first sentence of a post-secondary plan. After we had the initial draft of the goal, stakeholders really encouraged us to say, it's not enough to graduate and be college and career ready, leaving 12th grade. We have to have this really clear sense of what is happening in the years after. A student needs to have an understanding of what comes next, what are the clear identified steps to accomplishing those goals, and what are the support structures and resources in place to make sure that they can persist and achieve those goals. You can see some actions here to the right. I would just note that even after the posting of the document on Monday, we've continued to evolve this. We've added an action and a metric that corresponds to transition planning and post-secondary tracking to students with disabilities, in partnership with our special education department. Next slide, please. Goal 2, we talked about in March. It really is that coherence and consistency across our Tier 1 program. It really sprung from this idea that no matter what school a student attends, no matter what their zip code is, whether they opted into a program of choice or not, whether they're in one classroom or an adjoining classroom, that they should have a baseline expectation for a strong educational experience that really is something that all SCUSD students can have each year. And that it would be standards aligned, rigorous inside and outside the classroom, and have fidelity to the district's model. And the examples here you'll see include a couple instances where, recently staff have worked to take in stakeholder input and really build out some of the LCAP. So where you see those bullet points around language acquisition programs, pathways to multiliteracy, formerly we had a single action that was for all of the English learner programs. And now we have multiple actions built throughout the LCAP to show the diversity of the efforts that are happening for English learners. More recently, we've added metrics for participation and performance on our district common assessments. And we know that's been a focus. We've also recently added 2 additional metrics that are specific to third grade learning, third grade reading. You heard earlier this evening that that's a priority of certainly the PAC, but also other stakeholder groups. This focus on the early grades, and in particular early literacy, it has been a running theme. And so that's something that we're going to look at and measure specifically. In goal 3, it's really that counterpart to goal 2, with goal 2 being that Tier 1 program and goal 3 being our Tier 2 and 3 programs. So those individual or targeted supports that each student should expect to receive. And that's been a running theme as well, this need to have those wraparound individualized supports. And those would be, of course, academic, behavioral, social, emotional, mental, and physical and health. And it's really critical for ensuring, and we added this part at the end of the goal, that students remain fully engaged in school. Those services and supports that are being provided are so that students can be fully engaged in the core instruction and the core curriculum. They can access that Tier 1 program. And I think we've continued to hear the echoes of the individualized need in our engagement around the expanded learning opportunities. So this is going to be something that we're going to focus on. We know that it's not fully realized yet. We are still implementing MTSS or multi-tiered systems of support. And so this is going to build over the coming years. Goal 4, it remains relatively unchanged in its language. It's focused on culture climate with that specific emphasis on our student groups that we know have suffered inequities in our system. A key addition here is the addition of the anti-bias and anti-racism professional learning. You've heard in some past presentations that that's already started with administrators, and the goal's been set to really build that out to all of our staff over the next 3 years. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. This goal you saw as well, and this is probably one of the clearest alignments to our former goal. It's our engagement and empowerment goal, but we did note before that we added students to this based on some feedback. And it's really this idea that we need to empower parents, families, community, and students to really be partners in learning, and that's been emphasized as more important than ever in this distance learning context. And examples of some of our actions and metrics are shown, and one that we've added recently is actually in the parent-teacher home visit area. So in addition to tracking the total number of visits, we're also aspiring to have a minimum of 10% participation at each participating site, because it's been shown that that's a critical threshold for having a more positive impact across the site, even for those that didn't participate. And so really looking at goals and metrics like that start to look at that, how do you maximize that return on investment for those programs? This goal has gone through a lot of evolution in terms of its phrasing. It still retains its initial focus, which is that immediate 3-year training that's going to happen for all of our sites in those 3 cohorts to implement MTSS. The addition to the goal itself is really trying to drill down and identify what are those hallmarks of performance or accountability that we could expect from a site that's gone through the training. So you can see there that we are working on a current version with our staff that has identified some additional factors beyond the self-assessment that would be indicative of whether or not a site is actually implementing with fidelity and sustaining those practices. And that looks like regular meetings, having some universal data practices, and being able to provide a differentiated set of tiered interventions. Goal 7 is a brand new goal as well for the district, and it's brand new since March. So we've worked with staff to draft an initial version. They're still working on this goal actively, but it is that updating and operationalizing of our graduate profile, and really looking at this as a sequential process of first revisiting and renewing and adopting the graduate profile, and then going out and communicating and working with sites to align to it, and making the community aware as well. And so that will be a multi-year process. And again, staff are still actively working to figure out what is that multi-year process going to look like, and how will it make most sense to do that in partnership with sites and community. And then goal 8 is still our maintenance of progress goal. And this is really where we look at our basic conditions, some of which we've heard about tonight, really that base staffing, our facilities, safe and clean facilities, and our instructional materials. And these are the things that are oftentimes not seen in the other goals in a high profile sense, but they're so integral and really critical. And without them, those other goals couldn't happen. This is similar to some information we've shared, but really we're forecasting the May 20th presentation, and we will be back with a full presentation of stakeholder input. But we really wanted to highlight that there's a lot of different activities happening to generate input, and we really want to recognize some of our key district committees and groups, most of which have been named this evening. And all of them have provided input that's been extraordinarily valuable. And in a few slides, we're going to share some of the emergent themes that have come out across their conversations. This is a similar slide to the last slide, but it shows you kind of all the way back to when we first had to close our physical school sites. That's really been a very different year. We had some one-time requirements, if you recall back to the COVID-19 operations written report, which was a very quick process in the spring, of course, then leading into learning continuity and attendance plan, and then the LCAP. And so this extended anomalous year has really built over time, and that's been challenging in a lot of ways, but also has been a benefit in some ways to really experience a different kind of cycle. And something that we've noted for ourselves is that, rather than have the traditional cycle of approval in June and then a downshift, we really shifted up into an active engagement process in the summer and early fall. And that let us hit the ground running. And certainly it's given us some good learnings to think about how we can propel ourselves in this now quote unquote normal LCAP cycle, to not have such a downshift and to really maintain that momentum going into the fall. So some really overarching themes that you're going to hear about more on May 20th, but we did want to highlight is this, again, an importance of individualized support. We've heard this come up again and again. A key recommendation that we've heard about is, how can we look at more students having individual learning plans? And this would be for all high need students, not specific to students with disabilities, but really looking at that case management, individual level style of support. We've also, again, heard about the need for focus on the primary grades, early literacy. We've heard that, come up tonight in the summer school presentation and from the PAC. And it's come up from other stakeholders as well. One thing that we've heard is that for students who are in the early grades, learning how to read is their college and career readiness. That's how they're building that first step. Again, pass slide, please. Could you go back to the previous slide for one moment? Thank you. Just wanted to highlight this coherence and consistency. Some things we didn't have a chance to bring up earlier, really keying that into not only the assessments, but this idea of differentiation across all classrooms. We heard about universal design for learning and throughout other academic presentations, and really, again, that designated and integrated English language development are all key hallmarks of what we would consider a strong Tier 1 program. And we've mentioned equitable allocation of resources. Accountability has been a running theme, and we've mentioned it here. You've heard about it directly from the PAC and the SAC in our special board presentation. Really, this idea that we need fidelity to implement in district programs, but we also need to effectively monitor. And one particularly strong theme of feedback has been, how are we ensuring or monitoring our professional development? How do we know whether it's been able to penetrate across all staff, and how do we know it's actually working? You've heard about the disruption of the status quo. This has been of particular importance in distance learning. Stakeholders have asked us to think about the lessons we've learned in the distance learning context, and then to be able to exit out when we return to in-person, not to go back to normal, but to be able to move forward with those learnings. And then last and certainly not least, again, coming back to this need for improving our culture and climate, for really looking at that confronting an interruption of systems, and specifically this need for culturally competent and representative curriculum, for our anti-bias, anti-racist training, and for that really primary focus on social emotional learning as we come back from the distance learning context. So in closing, we'll just share that this is a living document. We know that the LCAP is culminating this 3-year process, but we write an LCAP every year. And so this is not the end. The document lives very much ongoing, and we are constantly in a revision and an engagement process. And as Chief Harris noted, we're very excited to partner with communications to really look at the fall as an opportunity to outreach, to develop a plan, to develop materials, and then to go out and educate, and really to work with sites to align to the new LCAP. We can't say enough about the excitement we have to work with the communications team, not only for their logo, but for their partnership on our new website. So just really want to give those kudos as we close here tonight. Thank you.
That ends our presentation.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I believe we have 2 live comments.
Yes, we have 2 comments. The first is from Renee Webster Hawkins.
Good evening, President Pritchett, members of the board, and superintendent. I want to underscore what Chief Harris and Mr. Ramirez-Fong alluded to is that to be sure that each of you understand that what you're being presented is not wholly representative of the LCAP PAC's recommendations. I think sometimes it's easy to conflate the two. Rather, this is staff's plan. It is in some key places influenced by the PAC and the other stakeholder recommendations, but I can tell you that many of the very specific, tangible, and repeated calls and recommendations that the PAC has offered over the last year or so have been filtered heavily by the team that's prepared this draft. Mr. Harris spoke of the marathon and the sprint, and I can tell you that as we move into this sprint and the documents become more unwieldy between now and June, it becomes increasingly hard for the members of the PAC to track the evolution of our own recommendations, and especially where they begin to break down in the crush towards the June finish line. I wanted to highlight just a couple of the goals as examples of some concerns that I have as a PAC member. And goal 1 on slide 9, great, robust goal, striving for 100% graduation rate. It's aggressive. It's specifically tailored to accelerate the investment of funds to our students who have suffered the greatest. And this goal is in line with the board comments at our workshop a couple of months ago. However, we are not going to get anywhere near that goal with the actions as they are phrased now. The actions are largely a list of nouns or passive verbs. We are not going to get anywhere near 100% by providing things to students or maintaining conditions for students. We have to disrupt the status quo. We need radical, tangible, action-oriented actions embedded throughout the plan. And then also, we need the multi-tiered system of supports, which is currently framed in focus goal number 6.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchins. If you could please wrap that up. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. But it needs to be embedded throughout each and every action because it's a strategy to get to each of our goals. It's not a standalone goal. So I just urge each of you to take your responsibility that the CSBA representative called upon you to shoulder with regards to the LCAP, to dig deep into the detail of these documents, reach out to your PAC and other stakeholder representatives in your area, and really level up and tighten up this plan before it needs to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, our second and final comment is from Terrence Gladney.
Good evening again. As a member of the first LCAP PAC, it's disheartening but not surprising to still hear many of the same concerns that we expressed in that first cohort repeated now years later. The language that we were given by our district and our staff at that time was that, it's new and we have time and we're learning it. I hear some of those same sentiments just expressed a little bit differently, right? It's a marathon. But again, I go back to the same things I said back then at that time. A fourth grader is a fourth grader for 1 year. We are concerned about time in this board meeting, about when we end, how many minutes we speak over, how many seconds. But each kid, especially when we push them ahead, without the proper skills, they're in that grade for 1 year. So there needs to be a little bit more urgency, I believe. I appreciate that our timeline is better aligned to our funding cycles and how the LCAP cycle is. We have made improvements, yes, but as long as there's work to be done, we don't have time to pat ourselves on the back because we need to use those hands to do the work. Okay. Some of the things, in addition to the overview that was provided by staff, there's a bunch of slides that were just provided on the 3rd of May, like 90 plus slides. There's no way I can consume all of that. And I would assume that you guys can't either. But on page 2, there's a metric talking about the number of teachers teaching within their area of competence. But what about the level of competence that they have to teach the level that they're teaching, right? We now have an integrated math curriculum where it's math 1, 2, 3. And I know that there have been specific situations where teachers are not qualified to teach 1 or 2 or 3, but yet they're in that space not teaching our kids and they're setting them up. My daughter is one child that had that experience, an unprepared, unqualified teacher in math 1 that set her up for challenges in subsequent years. So, when Renee is talking about digging deeper, that's what she means. Let's dig below the surface, on page 5, there's language towards, the absence of a VAPA coordinator. If we have a team and we don't have a player in a position, we put someone else in that position. So we don't wait until staffing is identified. Someone else roll their sleeves up and do the work because our kids need that funding. They need the services now. And, I don't want to see funds that are supplemental concentration funds targeted towards all students. All students are not suffering. Specific students are suffering. And let's acknowledge the truth, look in the mirror and give those students what they need. That's what equity is. giving the ones that need the
Gladney,
most.
please wrap it up.
We need to give the ones that need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, this is an informational item. We'll move on to board dialogue. Are there any questions or comments from our board? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much, Chief Harris. And thank you, Mr. Ramirez-Fong. We will see you back soon on this.
Next 3 more board meetings.
Yes. All right.
And listening sessions. So I know many of you pop into those. So we look forward to engaging with you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item, oh, go ahead. Did you want to say something? Okay. Item 10.5, adoption of comprehensive coordinated early intervening service plans, the CCEIS, to address significant disproportionality. Ms. Pieta, is she here or is she online? And Dr. Sadie Hedegaard, and Giovanni Linares. Assuming all of you guys are on Zoom, huh?
Yes.
Hello.
Hi. So this evening it will be myself presenting, as well as Dr. John Eiler. He is our technical assistance facilitator. So we'll start off if everyone's ready. All right, next slide, please. Perfect, thank you. So good evening, President Pritchett, Superintendent Aguilar, members of our board and community. My name is Giovanni Linares, and I serve as the Sacramento City Unified School District SELPA Director. And this evening, as I mentioned, I'm joined by Dr. John Eiler, who is our State Performance Plan Technical Assistance Project Facilitator. Next slide, please. So the purpose this evening is to review and approve the 2019-2020 Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services Plan. This plan is a requirement from the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, for districts identified as being significantly disproportionate with respect to any one of the following areas. The identification of children as having a disability in accordance with a particular eligibility, the placement in a particular educational setting, like percentages of students in special day classes or separate schools, or discipline. Next slide, please. As a district, we have been found to be significantly disproportionate in 2 areas. The first is the identification of African American students as meeting eligibility for special education under emotionally disturbed. And the second is the discipline of African American students with disabilities greater than 10 days out of school. Next slide, please. One of the requirements for significant disproportionality is to set aside 15% of our Part B, which is the services for students ages 3 to 22, federal special education funds, to develop what's known as the Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services Plan to address these specific areas of significant disproportionality. So although the information used to identify our significant disproportionality is based on the annual special education metrics, the purpose of what's known as the CSACE plan is to focus on general education activities to address the identified root causes early, and so as to prevent students from either ending up in special education or being disciplined when they are in special education. So I will now turn it over to Dr. Eiler, who will share more about how this works within the context of a system improvement across the state and how the programmatic improvement process works for addressing our significant disproportionality.
Yeah, thank you, Giovanni. Good evening. I wanted to just take a few moments to situate this within kind of 2 accountability measures, if you will. Most of us should be familiar with the left-hand side. California has its set of priorities. On the right-hand side, the state performance plan has 16 different indicators or federal priorities. So for state and local education agencies who receive IDEA monies, there are a set of metrics around that. And several of those are compliance metrics. You can go to the next slide to detail those. So on the left-hand side, you see some of the compliance indicators, and this is where the disproportionality indicators lie. And so each state department has a responsibility to identify districts who are disproportionate. In California, that's defined using a risk ratio methodology, which basically means that there's an elevated likelihood that students would fall into particular categories. And so for your districts, it's the category of emotional disturbance, and students who are suspended more than 10 days, I believe. And so you'll see that some of those indicators run cross other accountability measures. So discipline, for example, is going to show up on your dashboard. It's publicly visible. There's also a discipline indicator for federal kind of parameter, if you will, that is tied to disproportionality. And so your district is indicator 4 and indicator 10 by disability. And so what we'll be doing is working with your stakeholder team to come up with, we're going to go through a root cause process. Giovanni's going to outline that for you in just a minute here. Go through a root cause process, identify some root causes of what's contributing to the disparities, and then develop a plan to implement. I think the important part to understand is that these monies are special education dollars that are set aside to be used for general education purposes. They're pre-referral intervention. And so that's a movement of funding outside of special education, which will contribute more to your local contribution. And then the other piece to take away from this is, even though these metrics are falling within the special education division, this will very much be something that is owned and carried out by general education. So very much involving your student services and educational services in terms of implementation.
Perfect. So I will take it over from here. So an aspect of the development of the CSIS plan is to go through this programmatic improvement process. A big piece of that is to apply a cultural lens to the entire process. The process itself has 4 different phases. The first phase is your getting started phase. This is where it involves forming a leadership team as well as a stakeholder group. Engaging in technical assistance, participating in some webinars, choosing a technical assistance facilitator to help us guide through this process, and gathering relevant data for analysis. The second phase is the engaging in a self-assessment process to reveal root causes of disproportionality, and planning for implementation of our coordinated early intervention services plan that address those root causes identified. Phase 3 is the development of our plan, where we use our root cause analysis to review and, if warranted, revise policies, practices, procedures related to our significant disproportionality. This will inform the creation of an action plan to increase equity and decrease disproportionality. This becomes the meat of our comprehensive coordinated early intervening services plan. And then phase 4 is the implementing, evaluating, and sustaining the change initiated within the plan. This is where we look at aligning our plan to different initiatives and priorities across the district to ensure that it has sustainability and it can live beyond this federal set aside of money for longstanding progress. Next slide, please. So for our 2019-2020 plan, I think one of the things that is kind of an elephant in the room is that we are in May of 2021, but we're bringing forward a 2019-2020 plan. The reason for that is kind of multifaceted. The first has to do with the pandemic and COVID-19. It was originally due to CDE in September of 2020, but because of the pandemic, it was pushed back to December of 2020. Usually this process is about a 6 to 7 month process where we work with our technical assistance facilitator, engage our stakeholder team, and go through every step of those phases to develop a really comprehensive plan. Unfortunately, the process for our district was not started until January of 2021, where Dr. Hedegaard had started and began identifying members for our leadership team as well as our stakeholder team. When I started in February, kind of jumped in and began the process of attending the needed workshops, working to identify a technical assistance facilitator who is Dr. Eiler. And then setting up meetings with our leadership team as well as our stakeholder team to begin the process of developing a plan that would allow us to be in compliance. So throughout that process, I've been working with CE to identify the best ways to move forward with that plan. And some of the goals for approval tonight is to get us into compliance. One is budgetary, in that we have 27 months to implement and sustain a plan. And for a district our size, our significant disproportionality set aside is about $1.4 million. And the longer we take to bring a plan forward, the less time that we have to utilize those funds. One piece of that is that what we're doing is using it as a frame, that we are comfortable with identifying some root causes, knowing that we can come back and adjust the plan and add to the plan so that we can, in fact, continue to move forward. And lastly, we're using it as a framework for our next plan. So we continue to be significantly disproportionate in these two areas for 2020, 2021. So we're using our sort of existing leadership team and stakeholder team to work in the development of our next plan. And we're working with Dr. Eiler to engage in phase 2 of our 2020-2021 plan, where we are going to take a deep dive into some of that self-assessment and root cause analysis, as well as looking at other data sources that exist across the districts to really help us develop a much more comprehensive plan moving forward. Next slide, please. So just kind of highlighting for our next year plan, phase 1 is complete. We know who our leadership team is. We know who our stakeholder team is. Phase 2 is scheduled. This is where we're working to look at some self-assessment tools and look at our board policies, do some analysis and review, develop some recommendations, and really begin an analysis to identify some significant root causes. And our goal is to obviously have that in place by September, when it would be due to CDE. One of the areas that I would like to highlight here is the work with Dr. Eiler. Having had the opportunity to speak with him and learn more about his work, have found that he has a high success rate in this area, and he's worked with both large and small districts in helping to address these particular areas of significant disproportionality specifically, but also helping to assist in aligning this work and facilitating coherence across initiatives, which sitting here listening to our board meeting, I think has been kind of a highlight and a theme throughout this evening. So I'll turn it over to him to talk a little bit more about that.
Thank you, Giovanni. I just, shared California is, this past year experienced a massive growth in the number of districts identified as significantly disproportionate. In years past, the state identified maybe 20 or so districts statewide as significantly disproportionate. There were new federal regulations that were implemented this past year, and we went from about 20 districts to about just under 140 districts identified throughout the state. Our group has worked with about 25% of those districts, just to kind of give you an idea of what that looked like last year to scale. As Giovanni mentioned, I've been doing this work since about 2010. And what we're seeing, particularly in the area of indicator 4 that's dealing with suspensions, there's a much faster success rate with that. And so what we've seen is about 91% of districts who engage with us drop that designation within 3 years. And so that's a pretty high success rate for that. When we look across the state, Right now, we're seeing a lot of districts being identified in the area of indicator 10, which looks at particular disability categories. And it takes a little bit longer to change that because you're dealing with kids who are identified already as students with disabilities. And so it takes a while to kind of shift that. It's not, you can go and undo these assessments, if you will, and have kids be ineligible. It's not that easy. And so it takes a little bit longer for systems to adjust to that. So I very much am looking for opportunities to align. And so that will be part of the process that I take your team through. The other piece I think to add to this is that, there are many different monitoring initiatives that require root cause. There's differentiated assistance, significant disproportionality, and then there's also a performance indicator review or a SEP plan is what it's called now for those other indicators that you saw previously. I will encourage your team to do one root cause process that looks at it from a system perspective, as opposed to kind of having a myopic view of, okay, now let's just look at discipline. Now let's just look at ED, emotional disturbance identification. So I'm looking forward to supporting your district in that process. And we'll get that started pretty soon. We have another plan that will be due in September of this next year. Giovanni, I can turn it back over to you.
Yeah, thank you. And so that concludes our presentation for this evening.
Great. Thank you so much. I believe we have 3 live comments.
Yes, the first speaker is Allison French-Toubeau. Oh, she was listed, but it looks like she's now not on the list any longer. Our next speaker is Mohammed Kashmiri.
All right, Mo Kashmiri. I just wanted to say thank you for the board for working on these issues. This issue is far overdue to be dealt with. And I just want to say, for Teacher Appreciation Week, I want us to be making sure that we create spaces for them to develop, create ability for them to be school leaders, give them the ability to change the school culture and listen to their voices and needs. But specifically, I also wanted to throw out while I'm talking here, in the next section, you're going to be talking about 11.1, which is talking about raising the amount of money from Lozano Smith from $2 million to $2.8 million. I want to encourage the board to pull that off the consent agenda and have a discussion about that. It would be far cheaper for us to be hiring legal specialists rather than outsourcing this work. So again, that's moving the amount of money from Lozano Smith from $2 million to $2.8 million. I do not think we should be doing that, especially while we're laying off frontline staff. That's obscene. So we look forward to hoping you'll do the right thing and pull that off consent. Thank you.
Our next and final speaker is Terrence Gladney.
Good evening again. When I was looking through this document or the underlying documents to this presentation, on page 5, I see that there's a multi-year trend of disproportionality. But even without looking at the data, these are issues that we know existed already. There's been work done by many organizations, including Black Parallel School Board and others, talking about, willful defiance and restorative justice practices. So I'm kind of, I guess I'm questioning. I hope that we've undertaken more of the work before we're sort of, put to the fire, because these are not new issues, right? The achievement gap and these student populations, African Americans being disproportionately identified as special needs is nothing new. We don't need the state to tell us that. So with that being said, looking at the timeline and having a document or a plan due in September 2021, in my mind, thinking that if we are actually going to meet our target of disrupting inequities, I would think that we would already have a plan that far exceeds what we're being asked to do, because we understand the urgency of solving this generational problem. But yet I see in this plan that again, highlighted sections of the LCAP are referencing all students. So that doesn't speak to urgency or priority or equity focused practices to me, because that's not what equity is. It's serving everyone. Again, it's targeting, being intentional, and proportionately addressing the needs of those that are suffering the most. But also one other thing I saw is that on this leadership team is Dr. Sims, who the AAB addressed her dismissal earlier. So I'm questioning, how are we prioritizing this work, but dismissing one of the people that we say is going to be a leader in this work? So, you know, with you guys having been presented with a letter from a district body, I would hope that you guys would see that there's some disconnect between what we're saying we're doing as a district and what's actually happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney. Any board comments or questions? Member Garcia?
Yeah, I had a question similar to the last speaker regarding previously been identified as a district for this disproportionality, especially in regards to indicator 10. So it's emotional disturbance. So I'm just trying to figure out what's different this time in terms of the plan that's going to correct something that we know we've been out of compliance with for many years. So just trying to understand that, if there's a response, and I have a couple of other questions too.
Sure, I can share that the process of engaging in this programmatic improvement process that looks at it from a number of different lenses based off of who you have on your leadership team and stakeholder team really allows you to tackle this eligibility piece and the discipline piece from a multifaceted direction, and not just one from a compliance standpoint of checking boxes and identifying what is your rate of eligibility for any particular designation for special education, but rather are we taking a systems level approach to addressing this area and identifying specifically what are our root causes that are putting us in this position. I think that's the piece that's different in this process, is that we're looking at root causes that allow us to address this in a more proactive fashion, as opposed from now the student is in front of us looking at eligibility, possibilities for special education. So a much more proactive process gives us the opportunity to address what's really underlying and put systems in place to address those needs before looking at eligibility.
Okay, well, that's good to know. So before we weren't going through this very comprehensive intervention when the district was found to be out of compliance, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then a couple of questions on here. A couple of the key, I think, issues to address are maybe the use of professional development, and I think it's part of the plan. So I'm wondering, is that a piece that needs to be negotiated, or is that something that would, because it's in the plan, to address something that the district is out of compliance with, is that something that is kind of baked in to the existing CBA? I'm just trying to figure out what pieces of this plan require other actions.
Yvonne, if I can make a comment to that real quick. I think there's kind of two things happening. One is you haven't quite had the opportunity yet for your team to do that deep dive in terms of identifying root causes. And so you're taking kind of existing data that you have to be able to put together the plan that you have in front of you, just to simply get into compliance. And so that plan can be amended. We just want to be able to put a plan forward to CDE to show that kind of you're taking good faith efforts to address this. So I think that's part of it. Is it's a good best guess, if you will, in terms of what you think is going to move the mark, given I forget the exact reports. The Council of Great City Schools, I think, was one that informed some recommendations. There was another report that was done an improvement plan through partnership with CCEE that informed some of the work around there. So some of those recommendations were pulled. It's my understanding that they were pulled from those reports that did a pretty deep dive to inform this plan. I'm not sure if that's helpful in terms of the professional learning piece specifically, but wanted to give some context of where it was coming from.
I think it's on page 15 of the
and of course,
plan.
Member Garcia, as this plan is being refined and eventually implemented, we will, of course, bring to the board any CBA implications so that everyone is clear.
Okay. Yeah, so I think I just needed to understand that just because it's in this plan doesn't mean it's automatically happening, because other decisions need to be made. And the timeline is very tight. So there's a lot to do. So I do hope that this time with this comprehensive intervening plan it's something that gets corrected, permanently. So thank you.
Are there any other board comments or questions? Okay, with that, this is an action item. So I will take a motion for approval.
I move.
All right, get a second. All right, student preferential vote.
Aye.
Superintendent roll call.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Wu. Member Garcia. Member Villa.
Fantastic. All right, item 11.0, consent agenda. Can we get a motion to approve the consent agenda? A
Second.
All right, student preferential vote.
Yes on all open session items.
Thank you. Superintendent roll call.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Wu. Member Garcia. Member Villa.
Perfect. All right. Business and financial and information reports we have received all. Item 13.0, future board meetings, dates and locations, May 20th here and June 10th here. And we will reconvene into closed session.